So, Steph.
I am, yes.
Welcome to the WISE Conference 2016 and welcome to the EDF Energy session on People Like Me. Now this session is primarily about the first 3-4 rows of girls here.
as soon as... Right. Maybe put it on the floor.
Good morning, everybody.
We're about to start the formal proceedings. Before we do, I just want to tell you about the fire exits. We're not expecting a fire alarm, so if the alarm does go off, that is a genuine fire emergency. The fire exits are behind you, marked, and the meeting, you go out, follow the IET or the WISE staff. The meeting place is Waterloo Bridge. There's a map up here behind you showing where the fire exits are. Okay. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Jeremy Watson from the IET to welcome us to this fabulous venue. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Helen. So I'm the recently appointed president of the IET. You'll be aware that Naomi Clymer was our first female president. She was around last year. And I'm going to carry on the mission of looking at diversity and adding in inclusivity to her great work last year. So I'm really delighted to be doing this. So this is a great event, isn't it? It's a great way of networking, learning from others and making valuable connections. And creative conversations is one of my themes for the year. And I hope that you enjoy plenty of those. So promoting women in science, technology, engineering and maths, I've got used to unpacking acronym STEM, is close to our hearts here at the IET. And if you use the stairs today, you will have seen that we've celebrated engineers past and present and included a number of females, including Ada Lovelace, Caroline Hazlitt, Hedy Lamarr, Hertha Ayrton, as well as the most recent winner of our Young Women Engineer of the Year awards. The IET Women's Network goes from strength to strength, and it's something I'll be backing very strongly. And it provides an invaluable networking tool for women engineers, as well as a forum to share new ideas. For more information, we have a person who's responsible for that, Jo Foster, and I think she's here on the Women's Network stand. The fact that it's our most popular network of over 1,500 members just shows how active our members are, particularly the women. And we're delighted that this year, 51% of the IET's Diamond Scholarship Award winners are going to women. So that's a real achievement. These are scholarships that assist classic route STEM A-level people to undertake their study. But in addition to that, very excitingly, and something that I'm sponsoring strongly, we're looking at Engineering Horizons bursaries, which actually are to bring less advantage to people coming in from other disciplines, and also supporting apprenticeships at £1,000 a year for up to 4 years to really encourage much more lateral intake of engineering, which we really do need in our profession. So these bursaries are designed to support people facing financial hardship, and I'm supporting them with a special appeal aimed at companies and individuals, and I'm trying to get 75 of those this year. I hope I can really exceed that. We had 12 announced by a major London company very recently. I mentioned Naomi Clymer. She was the first female president, and she spent last year championing the urgent need to attract more girls and women into engineering, not only as a way of tackling the skills shortage, but also because of the value she saw of women offering their services within Sony and the BBC. So I think thinking more broadly about engineering, thinking of the social value of engineering will appeal much more to women than maybe the traditional sort of whiz-bang type approach that might have attracted men. And all the engineering we do is ultimately for individuals and society. That's my firm belief. And I've worked across a number of sectors, both public, private and academic, worked in government as well. So without too much further ado, I'd like to say we need to get more young girls interested and excited by the prospects of an engineering career. Really important to have role models, and all of you, I'm sure, have a key part to play in that, to actually stand up and be seen as, an ambassador, if you like, for what we believe in. And one of our recent campaigns that captured imagination, and I took part in a photo of, is 9% is not enough, which is the number of women, or percentage of women in engineering at the moment. And there's a hashtag without spaces, figure 9% is not enough, which you might have seen on social media. It highlights the fact that women only account for that very small proportion at the moment. And yet, obviously, we have 50% in the population. What a wasted opportunity that is for society, particularly given the shortage of engineers we've got in the UK. So before I hand back to Helen, I think we have a photo opportunity in which some of you will have 9% is not enough stickers, which you might put on your hands. And I'm going to attempt something that's similar to a selfie, except that this lady is going to take the picture. And I'm going to turn my back on you so that it looks like a selfie. So if you have the stickers, if you don't have the stickers, we have a problem, don't we?
No, if you don't have stickers, it's absolutely fine.
Is it okay?
Still raise your hand.
Yeah, just raise your right hand, yes. It's not the presidential pledge, don't worry about it. Does that work? I'd do the same, but I don't have a sticker.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, principally ladies, have a great day. I hope it's a really constructive time. I'm sorry I can't be with you all day, but I will come back this afternoon. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And now it's my great pleasure to welcome the Chair of WISE, Trudy Norris-Gray, who's come back from America to be with us for the WISE Conference and Awards this evening. Trudy.
Thanks very much. First of all, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you very much for not just coming here today, but for your active and constant support for this very important cause. If I think about 4 years ago, we were upstairs having a few biscuits and a cup of tea with just 100 of us. And now 4 years later, look, we're in the Kelvin Hall, very grand. And Jeremy, thank you very much for hosting us. And we've got an even bigger event posted for this evening. And that's because of your energy, your excitement, your dynamism, your passion. Big thank you. Big thank you to our supporters, our sponsors, and everybody who makes this, brings this about. So 4 years on, are we making progress? I'd like to tell you that 21% of the workforce in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths, are now women. That's up. We're actually making progress when it comes to management. Really, really good progress. There is a challenge, however. Whilst 21% is good, and I feel very proud of that, 30% is the tipping point, that point beyond which momentum will look after the equality of gender parity. So we've got work to do. We've still got work to do. I don't think that's a surprise for anyone. So if we think about STEM, we all know that in the UK, both males and females are required to study to GCSE level. We know that there's a huge fall-off when it comes to women studying STEM at A level. Just 18%. We know that when it comes to apprenticeships, they're only 6%. It seems like we're stuck in a gender stereotype time warp in the apprenticeship arena, especially when you consider this isn't only about plumbing or electricians, which are all very good, but it's also about technicians, whether that be for the health service or for the technology industry. It's a bit more work to do. And when we come to graduates, just 23% of the graduates are female in STEM. Now, I find that really interesting. I come from the technology industry. I've been there for 30 years. And technology used to be on the periphery of our everyday life, our corporate life, our public life. And now we couldn't manage without technology. So the need for STEM skills grows faster. And I would contend that if we want to be relevant in the future and have economic independence and contribute to society, make societal impact, we have to have these skills. We have to have them in the UK. There's a war for talent as the world continues to globalise. So, the biggest pool is female. That's currently untapped. So from an economic point of view, we really have to keep going. From a globalisation point of view, we have to keep going. From a societal impact point of view, we have to keep going. And I know you're here because you want to keep going. And today is all about providing practical help, whether it's about encouraging more females in the classroom or encouraging more retention and promotion and furtherance of people's careers, women's careers in organisational life. So lots of hands-on experience, lots of case studies, lots of programmes that you can take back with you to your families, to your community, to your organisation, to your companies. It's really, really important to us as humans and as contributors to society. So, thank you. I know I can trust and rely on you taking it broader and farther. And I want to just quote somebody this week. You'll be able to guess who I'm going to quote. We live in unpredictable times. So much about this calendar year has been unpredictable. And you know, there are people who feel they've been left behind. And to me, if we could provide boys and girls with a relevancy for the future, and I believe there's a synonym to STEM, we won't leave people behind because they'll be able to contribute to society, they'll have good standards of living, and they'll have very rewarding careers. And that has to and must and should include women. So in the words of somebody who has suffered some pain this week, our best days are ahead of us. We are stronger together. Have a great day. Thank you very much for your energy, and I look forward to meeting you throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trudy, for kicking us off with those rousing words. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who is Sharon James. I'm just looking at that. Yeah, sorry, Sharon, I was expecting you on that side. So Sharon James is the Senior Vice President and Global Head of Research and Development at RB. And her team gathers data from consumer data to drive innovation. And schools outreach is part of that programme. So I look forward to hearing you talk about that. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. Well, it's a real pleasure and a privilege to be standing in front of you today to talk about something that I am super passionate about, and that is women and girls getting into STEM. It's an absolute passion of mine. So over the next 20 minutes or so, I'm just going to share some of the work that we're doing and some of my own thoughts about how we get girls interested in STEM. So what I'm going to cover over the next 20 minutes or so is why we, as RB, are interested in getting girls into STEM, understanding some of the barriers that are already there that turn these girls away from STEM. I think we've already heard quite a lot of barriers this morning. I did enjoy that People Like Me session. I thought it was incredibly relevant. And also, having sort of seen some of these barriers, just throwing out some ideas on how we can break these barriers down and actually change perceptions and make STEM attractive, how we can motivate and inspire our girls to take careers up in STEM. Right, now a bit of a health warning for the next couple of slides. This is not a plug for the company I work for, but it's just to set the context. So first of all, who's heard of RB? Fantastic. Some of the people who work for RB, good, I'm glad you have. I've spent the last 16 years of my career hearing RB who. This should explain who we are. So we are a fast-moving consumer goods company, and as you can see, how many of you use our products? That's better. So basically, this is a picture of our 19 what we call power brands. So we have brands across health. You'll see things like Strepsils and Nurofen and Durex. And hygiene, we've got Dettol there, and home, of course, Airwick. So very well-known brands. And as a company, just a little bit more information about the company. We're a big company, 36,000 employees. 10 billion pounds of revenue this year, and we're in the FTSE 20 now. The statistic that I absolutely love on this slide is we sell 20 million products a day, and that's about 7 billion products a year. So that's a lot of products, a lot of toilet cleaners, a lot of condoms. So that's what we do. And also, like any good company, we have a purpose. And our purpose is to make a difference by giving people innovative solutions for healthier lives and happier homes. And it's this purpose that that when I get up in the morning, I seriously think about this purpose. Those products that I showed earlier on the earlier slide really do make a difference, make the lives of our general consumers healthier and happier. And I'm very proud to work for a company with this purpose. So what do I do? Well, as was said in the introduction, I'm the Senior Vice President, Head of Global R&D. So Global R&D, Global Research and Development for RB, it's a quite big organisation, 1,400 of us, 28 locations, 28 labs around the world. And basically what we do, we cover everything from the initial idea all the way through chemistry, through formulation, analytical chemistry, packaging devices, mechanical engineering, regulatory, medical sciences, all the way through on the journey from idea all the way to the shelves and supporting it in market beyond. So the array of science disciplines that we cover in R&D is massive. Lots of different STEM functions and also a lot of STEM opportunities. Science and technology is fundamental to a company like RB. If we weren't good at it, we'd have none of those products to put on the shelves. So fundamentally, science and technology is right at the core of us as a company, which is why I feel very passionately about it. So, why do we care about girls in STEM? And I think I've told you why. Science is the enabler of RB innovation. No R&D, no business. I keep telling them that. R&D for me is the most important function in our company. And of course, really, really key statistic on that second point. 85% of our consumers are women. And in fact, over 80% of our purchasers are women. And when it comes to areas like over-the-counter medicine, that goes up to 93%. So massive influence. So it's imperative that you've got that female view when you're developing these products. The third point there, women in business equals success and profits. And I'm sure you're all aware of some fantastic reports that are coming out. Basically, just to summarize, the more women you have at the top of companies, the better the commercial results. And there's a lot of data on that just emerging. I think McKinsey's did a mapping. It was just a, they mapped, if you managed to get gender parity at the top of every big corporation, you would increase output by 25%. That's amazing. And I think corporations really need to pay heed to those kind of figures. The other thing as well is, and I'm sure again you've seen the stats on startups, and female-headed startups are doing better than male-headed startups. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with internet sites like Indiegogo, Kickstarter. They all house little startup companies. And what they find is that projects that could put on these sites that are headed by women, A, get more hits, more supporters, but they get on average 12% more funding for these little startup projects. And of course, we're always on the lookout for new, fresh talent. Ask you a question here. What do nappies, windshield wipers, and coffee filters have in common?
Designed by a woman.
Correct. Well done, you. Yes, absolutely. And so they, you know, women are designing things that are successful and that we use, right? And I saw a fantastic little invention a little while ago, and it was just a little gadget that fitted into your smartphone that could actually diagnose ear infections. Again, designed and innovated by a woman. So that's why we care about women in STEM. So what are the barriers? Right? We all know that there are barriers that turn these girls away from STEM. And I'm just going to cover just 4 of them very briefly. Now, the first one, lack of basic confidence. Now, it's a real shame, but girls just aren't as confident about their ability in STEM. And I don't really know why, but I remember, you know, when I was writing this talk, I was looking at my own experience as a woman in science and what motivated me or what didn't motivate me. And I remember growing up as a child and hearing things like, oh yeah, engineering, maths, physics, they're boy things. And then the girls do history, art, English. And I do remember that vividly. And that is still out there. I think what has changed is that, you know, we're not actively discouraged these days from doing sciences, but I'm sure that we could be doing much more to encourage actively our girls to do science. Is this lack of confidence based on anything substantive? Well, actually quite the opposite, because now, if you look at the performance of girls in school and the STEM subjects, they're doing better than the boys. So where's this lack of confidence coming from? Gender stereotypes. I did a little straw poll around the office before I came here, and I asked people to name scientists in the public eye, right? And I had the usual culprits. I got Tim Peake there, Brian Cox, David Attenborough. Nobody came up with a female scientist, which was a real shame. Can any of you name any female scientists that are in the public eye? Right. Anybody else? Yeah, but you should be able to name some. Anyway, anybody watch The Big Bang Theory? Yeah, I'm a huge Big Bang Theory fan. And for those of you who don't watch it, it's an American sitcom. And there are 7 main characters, 3 girls, 4 boys. And here are the women in the show, right? 2 of these are scientists, and 1 isn't. The 2 are scientists, the 2 that are wearing glasses there. There's Amy and Bernadette. They're both really quirky, nerdy scientists. And then on the right-hand side, you've got Penny, who's pretty and quirky, and an aspiring actress. Although she has actually become a medical rep in the last series. The other 4 characters, the male characters, they're also scientists. They're really nerdy, geeky. But funnily enough, Bernadette and Amy are biologists. And the 4 boys are physicists and engineers. It was only when I was putting this together that I suddenly kind of made that connection. And again, that bias is out there. Because physics, of course, is a real challenge. There was a study recently looking at co-ed schools, a cohort of co-ed schools, and 50% of these schools had no girls doing A-level physics. No girls. So you imagine being that first girl to raise her hand in one of those schools and saying, I'm going to do physics at A-level. It takes quite a lot of guts and quite a lot of courage to do that. So, the third one here, a bit contentious, but is the national science curriculum failing? This is something I feel quite strongly about. I remember going from primary school to secondary school, and the thing that I was most excited about was doing science. Right? There was a lot of talk about doing science at in secondary school. And biology, because you got to dissect and you saw a lot of frogs' legs twitching. Physics, because you got to play with mercury. That was long before health and safety. It was a long time before, long time back. And chemistry, of course, because you got test tubes and a Bunsen burner. And it was cool, right? And I remember starting school, and yes, that's what it was. It was the single sciences. I still remember Tuesdays was triple physics, and then Fridays was triple chemistry. And I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was great, and it was part of that thing about making that transition from primary school to secondary school. So I have to admit, I don't know why we went to a double, triple kind of system, but we know that the research shows that students doing the single, triple sciences, they are far more likely to continue science at a higher level than those doing double or now additional sciences. And there's also some other, I guess, stigma associated with that additional double science piece as well, because again, in a recent survey, kids themselves say, oh, it's only the brainy kids that do triple. And it's nice to see that the latest data from Ofsted is that the separate sciences, the entries for the separate sciences are actually increasing, while the entry to the additional science is decreasing. So personally, I think we should go back to those single sciences and cherish them because they're different. And actually, in the US, it's worse. I lived in the US for 5 years, and I've got 2 children, and my daughter spent 3 years in an American high school. And you start when you're 14 as a freshman. And in US high school, you do 1 science per year. So freshman, she did physics. So when she was a sophomore, she did chemistry. And I remember being at a parents' evening and asking the teachers, why do you do this? Why do you just do this 1 science per year? And the answer was, because they're too hard. And again, it's that bias, and you're already introducing that concept that science is too hard. Careers advice. Right, are some of you familiar with the Aspire study from King's College? Yeah? Aspire is a study, it's a very long-term study where thousands of pupils are being mapped, basically. They're being charted from the age of 10, now all the way through to the age of 18, charting their progress, their feelings, and where they are in terms of STEM subjects and how they evolve from the age of 10 through to 18. And what the Aspire's study is telling us, that a lot of younger people, when at 10, you've got very good ideas about what you think about science. In fact, when they question 10 and 11-year-olds, they get some really interesting stats. 70% of them think, yeah, science can lead to really good careers, scientists make a difference, and in fact, I think over 60% of them say science leads to careers where you make a lot of money. I wish. So thoughts and, their thoughts at that age are positive, right? But what's missing at this point is actual, tangible careers advice. I remember at this age, thinking science meant being a doctor, right? And careers education in my school was you did the sciences, you were a doctor, you did the arts, you were a lawyer. And that was the extent of it. And I think the key thing here, they're forming their opinions, they're thinking science is good. That's when we need to be talking to them about careers in science and what kind of stepping stone careers in science, where they can go. So, but as you all know, they don't get too much careers advice at this age. So, we've spoken about some of the barriers. So how can we break these barriers down? How can we get our girls really interested in science? I'm just going to talk a little bit about some outreach work that we're doing. I mentioned we've got 28 labs around the world. Well, the biggest research and development lab we have at RB is in Hull, in the north of England. It's a very big facility. In fact, we're building a new centre of excellence for health in Hull, and there are about 700 research and development people there. And I'm very lucky that we have some very motivated and committed young female scientists, and I'm smiling at one of them over there, who are as passionate as I am about spreading the word about careers in science to young girls. And we work directly with a school in Hull. It's Newlands Girls' School in the centre of Hull. It's in the centre of Hull. It's not really an affluent area. And basically, a group of girls and graduates from RB have reached out to this school and have started working with these girls to try them to turn them on to science. And so before I came today, some of the girls went to Newlands and actually did a survey just to get some attitudes. So we basically surveyed 144 of the pupils at Newlands across the years 7, 9 and 11. And basically what we wanted to get was their top of mind thoughts about what they thought about science. And interestingly enough, it more or less mirrors the Aspires research. So year 11, we've kind of lost them because basically it's not their favourite subject. In fact, it comes second only to maths. Year 9, it's their least favourite subject. Year 7, they love it. They really like it. And for a lot of them, science was their favourite subject. So year 7, get them when they're young. That's what this tells me. So as you've seen, a lot of them didn't like science. Why? 60%, well, nearly 70% found it boring, 60% found it difficult, and 22% didn't think it would be useful to the careers that they wanted to pursue. And again, we need to be educating them at this point on where careers in science can take them, what doors careers in science can open for them. We also asked them what would make science more interesting to study. So if you go to the bottom of this chart here, across all age groups, more practical lessons was mentioned. Girls are very good at the practical lessons, right? Girls are generally better at dissection and things like this. And girls also like getting really immersed, the visual piece, really hands-on stuff. more interesting lesson. I'm not quite sure what interesting means, but certainly the year 11 students wanted interesting. If you go to the top there, careers talks from people working in science-related jobs. And I think we've had some real positive feedback from Newlands, from the girls from RB going in and talking to these girls. Right? They have really interesting perceptions on who is a scientist. And I think our girls are helping bust that myth. So again, careers talks, the right career talks early on. And also, what they all said, and you can see here, opportunities for them to visit companies that do science, right? I think this practical hands-on, go in, open your doors, let these kids come in and look what science can lead to. I think it makes a real, real difference, and I think we should be doing more of this. And then science as a career. So a third of these students believed that science would lead to well-paid jobs. But it's that chart on the right that is so depressing. Nearly 70% of them are not considering a career in science. And that's across year 7, year 9, and year 11, and it's consistent. And that, for me, is really depressing, and we need to do something about it. I asked the girls to sneak this question in, right? Because I was intrigued, because I think the work that we're doing is great. And I wanted to know who your female role models were, right? Who do you think? Who do you think they said? Pardon? Victoria Beckham. Michelle Obama. Lady Gaga. Okay. Somebody said Beyonce. Yeah, good. Because I'd asked my daughter this question as well. I've got my daughter's 20, and she's doing politics at Durham, and I was hoping she wouldn't come up with a Kardashian, and she did. And she came up with Angela Merkel, which I thought was quite a good answer, actually. But this is what the girls gave us. Selena Gomez. You know, I'm a bit of a Bieber fan, I have to admit, but, you know, she's just come out of rehab. We've got 2 Kardashians, Jenners on the right-hand side there. Beyonce, awesome woman, actually, quite powerful. And Jessica Ennis, good role model. Ellie Simmons, and a lot of them said, my mother. Right? Oh. Yeah. So that's basically what they had as their female role models. Are you surprised? So, just to finish, I think you've got an indication of how passionate I am about this subject. We have to get our girls into science, right? It makes good economic sense, and they can have such rich careers in science as well. So, just to finish, but we do need to bust some of these myths. Bias no longer exists. It does exist. There was this great observational study that was done quite recently, and it was observing science classes, practical science classes. And what the observers found was, it was a chemistry class, and if the boys were having a problem doing the practical, they put their hands up and said, sir, I'm having a problem. And the teacher would explain to them what they had to do, and the boys would do it, right? So the girls would say, sir, I've got a problem. And the teacher would go, oh, it's all right, I'll do it. And I remember that happening to me in a science practical class. We've got to stop that kind of stuff. Stereotypes don't have an impact. Well, of course they do. And I think Rebecca, we did pictures at Newlands where we basically said, pick who you think from these pictures as scientists. And it was 50-year-old male that they generally picked. And it has been wonderful, actually. Rebecca is one of the girls here who goes into Newlands and does this work. And when they see people who are like Rebecca, they know it's people like them who can be scientists, you know. the other myth, girls have to sink or swim. There are things that we can do when girls are failing in science, like recent studies showing that giving them mentors, allowing them to work with partners, it does have an impact. And there's an interesting stat as well, because, well, it's a personal behaviour thing, I think. Girls, when they get Bs in science, feel it's a catastrophe. I'm not good at it. It's only a B. I'm going to ditch this subject because I'm not good at it. Boys, on the other hand, if they get a C, think, that's okay, it's all right, and they don't drop out. And basically, having a boy and a girl, yeah, I can see that behaviour. And then the myth. What I say doesn't matter. It does matter. I, at school, for A-level, I started off doing maths, biology, physics, chemistry at A-level. I did maths for 2 weeks. There was only me and one other girl doing maths. And I don't know what happened, but after 2 weeks, I told myself I couldn't do maths. And I dropped maths. And as I've mentioned, I've got 2 children, and they're 17 and 20 now. And throughout their scholastic careers, I've always helped them with their homework. And I've always said, Mum's better than Dad. I can do the science and I can do the arts. But don't give me the maths. That's Dad's. And when I was thinking about this talk, I thought about what I'd been saying all throughout the kids' scholastic careers. And I called my daughter up and I said, sorry, Liv, because she's been saying she's rubbish at maths. And I said, it's my fault. You know, this is a girl who got an A star at economics A-level. She's not rubbish at maths, but she says she's rubbish at maths. So it was my fault. So think about what you say to your children, because it does have an impact. Anyway, I've seen the stop sign. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak about a subject that I'm so passionate about. And it's great to hear what's going on with WISE and people like me. And it's fantastic that we really are putting this effort into understanding what it is that will inspire and motivate girls to pursue careers in STEM. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. What we sort of want to do at the end of each of these sessions is perhaps to just pick up a little bit of a wise nugget, as we've been calling them, really. It's more properly called a comment on here. But Sharon referred there to our People Like Me programme. And for those of you who were here first thing this morning, you'll have had the chance to see People Like Me in action. And it's just to say that fantastic outreach is going on. Lots and lots of companies are involved in outreach. But what we want to be able to make sure is that you're having the biggest possible impact on the girls who are involved in that outreach. So carry on doing what you're doing with all of your outreach programs, but get involved with People Like Me as well, because People Like Me is a tool that works alongside all of the materials and activities that you're probably already doing, but it makes sure that you're really talking to those girls in your audience, and it picks up on many of the themes that Sharon mentioned about the importance of role models, making the connection between what you want as an individual out of a job, what you're interested in, seeing that other people just like you are doing a particular type of job and believing that you can do it as well in the future. So how many of you did watch the session this morning? Okay, most of you, a good proportion. You'll have seen these then. If you want to know more about People Like Me, come and find any member of the WISE team, but in particular, my colleague Vari Crawford, who's right at the back of the room there, or Faye Best, who you'll have seen talking earlier today, but any of us should be able to answer your questions about how to get involved with People Like Me. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you again to Sharon. You might be asking, how do we get to ask a question at this conference? So I'm now going to hand you over to my colleague, Gillian Holland, who's going to explain the conference app to you and how you can send a question in to us and how the question process is going to work for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Susie. So I get to do the techie stuff because I'm a techie too. but Trudy's disappeared. So if this all goes wrong, then I've got nobody else to ask. And I could have done with one of Sharon's design teams that had a woman designing these things, because they've quite handily got a clip to put on your belt. But, you know, if you don't have a belt, then you're a bit stuck. So we really do need women designing on design teams as well. Okay, so the first thing that you need to do if you want to join in today is you need to go to the app on your mobile phone. Did you bring mobile phones? So on your mobile phone, on Chrome or on the web browser, you need to put in, and it was down the bottom. It's gone. It's gone. But wise16.com is what you need to type in. And it will then take you to the web-based application. And on that web-based application, if you get bored, you can go and have a look at Twitter and see what's going on there. You can look at the agenda and you can understand where we're going and what we're going to be doing. You could ask a question, which will be really interesting. I could do with a handbag up here. So on this thing, it will tell us about questions. So at the end of the morning session and at the end of the afternoon session, we will have a space for answering some of the questions that you've been asking during the course of the session. And it will also, along with all those things, it will allow you to vote on the questions that we're going to be asking you throughout the day. And if you forget all of that, there was on your seats a little card. It's probably on the floor now, but it kind of tells you how this thing works. So we thought, can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. We thought we'd give you a test question. Can we have a show of hands? Has anyone loaded this up yet? Oh, that's good. So we get a test question. So the test question was, they rushed it off, but it was, if you could have a superpower, what would it be? And your choices were invisibility, super strength, super speed, or super intelligence. Look at that. We all want to be brainy. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, so I'll be back with you throughout the day. I'll keep popping up. I'll be answering questions that appear on the question thing, as I say, just before lunch. We did have one question, though, and it was, I've got to put my glasses on now. Really do need the handbag. Can you cite the research that this is based on? And this it was talking about was people like me. One of the board members for WISE, Professor Avril MacDonald, did the research, and it's her research that we used in the People Like Me stuff. And there is, if you talk to Vari at lunchtime, then there is more information on that research as well if you want it. So thank you for the question. Thank you for getting involved and voting, and I will be with you shortly.
Okay, and now we should be on to our next speaker now. Is that Lou? I'm getting some vague looks from over there. Anyway, I'm going to introduce our next speaker and hope that the slides catch up with me now. So if I could invite to the stage Kendra Stonehouse and Alexandra Bowen-Apoko. If you'd like to take that lectern over there. Are you using this one? Yeah. Right. So I can't move very far then. Kendra here. Kendra started her career in IT and is now Learning and Development Manager at Hitachi Rail Europe. And her passion is to inspire the next generation. And as well as managing apprentices and graduates at Hitachi Rail, she also manages the employer group at the New South Durham UTC. So she's got some great experience there. And Alexandra Bowen-Apoko is the Hitachi Rail Europe lead on diversity and inclusion, talent management, employee relations and succession planning. And her mission is to build high levels of capability and create an environment at Hitachi Rail where everyone can thrive. So Kendra and Alexandra are going to share with us the challenges that they've faced in increasing the number of young women taking up apprenticeships, where they've made progress and what their plans are for the future. Thank you very much, ladies.
Okay, good morning all. It's great to be here. I think it's just such a great event to be able to share ideas, look at what other companies are doing, and also just look at how we can increase gender diversity within our respective industries. What we're going to cover today is to just look at the challenges, what we're doing, what's working, and also what's next for us. But before I do that, I'd like to just give you a little bit about what we are, what we're doing as a company, who we are, just so you know a little bit about Hitachi Rail Europe. So, technology permitting, it will play.
Heart is a bloom, shoots up through the stony ground. There's no room, no space to rent in this town. You're out of luck, and the reason that you had to care, the traffic is stuck, and you're not moving anywhere. You thought you found a friend to take you out of this place, someone you can lend a hand in return for grace. It's a beautiful day. Sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful day. So let it get away on the road. You've got no destination, you're in the mud, in the maze of her imagination. Your love is down, even if that doesn't ring true. You've been all over, and it's been all over you. It's a beautiful day. So let it get away. It's a beautiful day. Touch me, take me to that other place. Teach me. I know I'm not a hopeless case. See the world in green and blue. See China right in front of you. See the canyons broken by cloud. See the tuna fleets clearing the sea out. See the bedroom fires at night. See the oil fields at first light. And see the bird with a leaf in her mouth. After the flood, all the colors came out. It was a beautiful day. So let it get away. Beautiful day. Touch me, take me to that other place. Reach me. I know I'm not a hopeless case. What you don't have, you don't
That's given you a really good overview of our company and what we've been doing. It's been a really exciting time over the last 18 months, as you can see from the contracts that we've won there. And when I started about 4 years ago, there was about just over 200 people, where now we've just hit over 1,000, and by the end of next year we'll be near 2,000. So you can see the growth that's been happening in our company. This journey started for us in terms of when we're looking at our vision and diversity inclusion. At the beginning of the financial year, we kicked off a project to specifically focus on this theme, and some of the initiatives and kind of looking at what does good look like, what would be a truly diverse and inclusive culture. And some of those things that came out, the key themes were a business leadership that's truly diverse and inclusive, that's at the forefront of our business, that's leading and championing that diversity reflected in our talent management and our recruitment practices, that would clearly reflect our end user and our location, so not just where we operate, where our offices are, but also our end user, so where our product ends up. Our culture is one that encourages everyone's contributions and is openly inclusive, and our approach is adopted by Hitachi Group companies, so not just Hitachi Rail, but other Hitachi Group companies as well, and set as best practice. And also to embed D&I within managers' teams. So we're looking at actually putting that within our performance criteria and looking at how that can be embedded within teams and achieving outcomes as well. And gender diversity of recruitment increased from 10% to 15%, which is actually fed into our 3-year business plan. I'll hand over to Kendra.
Okay, one of the reasons we wanted to show that video first was not about selling Hitachi Rail, but actually about how do you inspire young people, how do you get the engagement, and hopefully by showing videos like that, and we could have shown 5 or 6 of them, we've got a whole host of them, is to say to young people, if that interests you, you can come and work for us, and then actually go through actually the different processes in terms of that. What I want to start with, though, this morning is just an interesting fact that I've recently picked up. We've actually engaged with a university technical college up in Newton Aycliffe, southwest Durham. We've been helping them and supporting them in terms of opening and also with their recruitment. They've had similar targets in the sense of actually engaging girls and females to join them, in particular around year 10, so leaving a school to come to actually a new school. So the question I've got to you is actually, if I told you only 10% of females walk through that door, would you? No? And if not, well, why? What would you need to know before actually you'd go through that door? Yeah. And one of the first things we found when we were speaking to young girls, trying to get them to go to a STEM-based UTC, was actually, well, only 10 or a low percentage of females go, so there must be something wrong. Obviously, yes, we need to use stats, and obviously part of what Alex has just said is, we're setting ourselves targets, but please don't use that when you're trying to engage young people. It's actually thinking, well, what's on the other side? What are the careers? How do I get into them? What does that look like for me? You're not asking them to make a decision for the rest of their lives. So saying, actually, what are you interested in, and what can we offer if you are interested in them types of careers? So like I say, fairly early on within Hitachi Rail, we've learned actually not to use some of the stats sometimes, or if you are, actually say, there's a myth, there's earning potential there. I think as we've already heard from previous speakers, it's not just about engineers, it's about other technical routes. We purposely don't say we've got engineering apprenticeships, we've got technical apprenticeships, because that can mean a whole host of things. And it also opens up other areas in terms of people around ability and wanting to do different things. The other thing I wanted to mention actually, prior to me joining Hitachi Rail about 20 months ago, I worked in the steel industry for a number of years. Part of what I used to do there was actually going around into local schools, again selling them sort of the STEM subjects and saying what was available. And one of the projects we worked on at a site in Scunthorpe was actually looking at the history of the steelworks. And it came a lot of interesting material during the period of World War II, where actually a lot of the jobs were actually done by females. So a lot of the people that had gone obviously and joined up had to be backfilled by females. I'm not suggesting we need to go to war to actually encourage young girls into it. What I'm saying is actually it's happened, it's been done. So there's not an issue around training or capability. It's actually how do we make them careers open to young females? What is it that's on offer? And I think the stats do tell a story in terms of actually the number of females employed. That's not just obviously around the steelworks or technical roles, but in general. I think we need to remember that actually it wasn't just the land roles that females filled, it was a lot of, like I say, what were traditionally called men's roles. So within Hitachi Rail, then, what are we doing? And there's a whole host of things that we are doing. We use STEM ambassadors. I'm based up at the facility, the manufacturing facility up in the northeast. And as soon as we opened, we engaged with the STEM ambassadors. We've grown at the facility from, there was about 40 people when I joined, and we're up to nearly 700 people. And we've recruited about 30, 40 STEM ambassadors. And what does that mean? We let them sort of take up to 2 days a year, sort of volunteering on top of the work that we do with the UTCs and the schools and the colleges as well. And we let them choose what they want to do. So it might be working actually with a school that they're a governor at or a parent at, or actually they're using some of the local business partnerships that we've got in terms of activities that are going on. Like I say, we're also a sponsor of the technical college up there. And that sponsorship doesn't mean a financial sponsorship, it means a time commitment. It means that we work with the students on projects. This week we've got 7 students in working on a project as part of tomorrow's Engineers Week. And the task that we've given them is actually to take a seat on a train or a table on a train, and what is the process actually for getting that fitted and a consumer that using it. So it's actually working with our design people. Well, actually, how do you design it? What's the concept? Working with our procurement department, our materials department, our quality department, manufacturing department, our test department, the engineers in terms of any problems fitting it. For me, that's going to give them a broad overview of what we do at the facility. So it's not just about our manufacturing engineers or our quality engineers. Actually, it's thinking about the whole process and the whole solution. I'm quite looking forward to the presentation on Friday in terms of actually what they're going to come back with. Recruitment events, again focusing on our facility up in the northeast. We've recruited from scratch, so we started off with an empty facility. Well, we started off actually with a field, built the facility, and are actually now obviously putting people into there. So the task was to find nearly 800 people. And from a local area. So we held recruitment events, which were very, very popular. We got a lot of men coming along with their wives' partners, and the wives saying, actually, well, what jobs have you got for us women? Which I find a bit disappointing, and actually all the jobs were all for everybody. But they were there supporting their husband or partner to find a job within this manufacturing environment. An interesting fact from that, though, is we've recently found out that one of our team members came along with her partner. They both applied. She was successful. He wasn't, unfortunately. I am assured they are still together. But it was interesting, though. She came along only to support him. She didn't come along thinking, actually, well, I'm interested in that manufacturing facility. What jobs are there? One of the key bits in terms of what we are doing as well is the support that we get and that we need from senior managers. We spend a lot of time actually, looking at, what needs to be done and what the activities are. So that's one of the key bits. Some of the other bits I'm going to go into in more detail. One of the things we did was an open day for women. So actually what we did is about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we invited a number of people in, set up an Eventbrite situation. A number of people came along. We spoke to them in our canteen as a group, small tables, telling them about what we did, but then actually we showed them our facility. It's not a dirty, heavy lifting environment, it's quite clean. It's very clean actually, it's very new. And then actually simulated some of the job roles that we would get them doing. So not only showing them what we do, but actually physically getting them to do some of the tasks or simulations. And actually some of it is quite attention to detail. The The next thing we did then is focusing actually, well, how can we engage young people? How can we get people applying for our apprenticeships? So we do that through a number of different ways. The Big Bang events that happen, so going out actually to events, taking along things, you know, obviously we don't have buzzwires in the factory, but that attention to detail is one of the key bits that we need to display. We actually invite schools in. It's in a controlled environment, and again, that's a lot of time and effort put into that. So again, showing them physically what we do, taking them on the trains, getting them to do some of the activities up in a classroom environment. You know, there's not many young people get a chance, not many people here probably get a chance to sit in the cab of one of our trains. And also actually getting them to do some of the tests that we get some of our team members to do as part of our recruitment process. So, as you'll notice, I think that's a group of year 6. So I think the previous speaker was saying about when do we capture them. You need to capture these people young to start getting them engaged. There's no better way than actually physically showing them what you do and what we do. It's understanding. You know, you can stand up and present, but until you actually see the facility and see the jobs that are on offer, it's really difficult to quantify, especially for a young person. Another thing, a range of STEM activities that we use, and this is part of the Hitachi group. So within Hitachi Rail we do a lot, but also the wider Hitachi group also have activities that we set up. So how successful has this been? This is data from our Women's Open Days, so about getting actually some of the females into some of the more technical roles. That shows you the data from the first 3 months of the year, where we had over 1,200 applications, 59 of those were from females. The data below is actually the month following an open day. The following month we received 47 applications from females, so almost the same as what we did in the first quarter of that year. 39 were invited to the assessment centre and 23 got through to interview, with 13 joining the business. Of the 59 that applied at the top, there was only 2 were successful from that. So not only did we increase the number of applications, but actually the people, then applications in terms of getting through were higher as well. So for us, that was a great success. We replicated that with the apprentice vacancies. We've recently just taken on up to 50 manufacturing apprentices. That wasn't as successful because we didn't get the young people to the event. So the lesson I think from that is actually we need to start engaging with females from a younger age. We set up the same things on Eventbrite, and within a week actually it sold out, but when we looked at the list of 100 people, over 80% of them were males. So it's looking actually how do you engage them, how do you get that in, and I think the work that we do with schools is the only way that you're going to do that, and also referrals. We did the 50 apprentices that we took on, we did in 2 recruitment takes, and the second lot of recruitment was more successful because of referrals from the people that had gone through the first. So actually using the people that you get in to actually advertise the vacancies and take that on board.
So we've had some really good sort of initiatives and activities that Kendra's spoken about in terms of what we're doing externally, and I'm just going to go through a bit about what we're doing internally, and also just in terms of retention and looking at what we can provide for women that we've actually worked hard to recruit into the business, and some of the apprentices as well. So what's helped us on this journey is to network with specialist organisations such as WISE, Women in Engineering, Mind and Rainbow, looking at the wider sort of diversity groups. We've also, as part of the work that I talked about before, is providing monthly reporting to our exec on our D&I stats. We've created a D&I steering group, which is sponsored by the executive team, which is made up of directors, not just from Hitachi Rail, but the wider Hitachi Group companies, to talk about how we can tackle some of these issues at a strategic level. We've introduced mentoring schemes for underrepresented groups, and that came out of our internal network for women. So looking at sharing ideas, they're mentored by a more senior person in the business, male or female, and added support for them and their progression within the company. We've gained an understanding on where we are now, so we've done a lot around data collection, looking at the makeup of our organisation to actually understand where the gaps are, to actually put into place some action plans to address some of those themes. We're also preparing for our gender pay gap reporting a year ahead of schedule, which is great. So we're doing a lot of collection around that to look at the narrative, look at what we can do to address this as well. We've also looked at another part of our metrics is to look at our employee survey to get feedback from our employees around inclusivity. So our director actually put together an inclusivity index to actually measure how people are feeling within the organisation, if they feel like they're in a truly inclusive workplace. We've embedded our descriptions into a Be Your Best framework, which is a behavioural description. So actually it's fed through you know, not just in, we're looking at recruiting people, but internally in terms of the type of people we want to work for us and the types of behaviours we want to display and endorse and encourage. And then we've also, as you saw earlier, implemented targets for increased representation of female candidates, because I feel this actually focuses the mind more of our recruitment teams and also puts it at the head of the table in terms of being at exec level and knowing that this is what we're all striving for, this is what we need to do in terms of readdressing the balance.
Conscious that we've been asked to stop, but there's just a couple of slides that I want to cover in terms of the lessons that we've learned and how we move this forward. You know, our open days were successful for a particular role, so it's looking at actually, you know, how we can develop them further, as opposed to referrals for young people. So it's actually been more targeted and specific in terms of the groups when we're looking at young girls into our apprentices and graduate roles. It's being clear about what the roles are. And within sort of the manufacturing environment, our depot environment, 80–90% of the roles are technical, STEM related. So what does that mean? You know, looking at the benefits, and we've already talked about the salaries and the earning potential of people. A key bit is understanding the audience. Who are you presenting to and what does that look like? What are the activities that you use to engage people and how do you get that engagement? It's looking at sort of the experienced graduates as opposed to the school leavers, and certainly primary schools. You're better off just giving them an activity and getting them doing it and showing them one of the trains, which does look amazing, whether you're in year 6 or whether you're a graduate. The key bit is for me, there's no quick solution. I think if there was, we wouldn't probably be here. But it's trying different things and knowing what works, not just within your business, but within your area as well, working with the schools and keeping everyone engaged as well throughout the process. So in terms of the focus for us going forward, and it's looking at the links that we've got with education, whether it's the schools, the colleges, and other businesses, what they're doing. Looking at the careers advice in schools, I know the previous speaker mentioned that. Personally, I don't think it's moved on since I was at school quite a while ago. So it's, and businesses can have an input in that. We know what our roles are and we know what you know, we're looking for. And that can easily be done by visits and work placements. I say looking forward to the open days, the referrals. It's about targeting the schools and the opportunities. Some schools are easier to get into and it's developing a relationship with them. The school that the pictures were from previously, we engaged with last year and they've come back this year. They've actually devoted almost a whole term to our business, looking at actually the history of the rail in the North East, as well as the health and safety links around that. So when you get a school link, that's great, and then it's keeping on with the others that maybe aren't as forthcoming. Looking at the language that you use, and again, that's different, whether it's male, females, young or old. And looking at the resources that are available, they've already talked about WISE and the people like us. And there's other things available as well. And continuing improving what you're doing. I've previously been involved with Industrial Cadets, so it's looking at getting our programme accredited through that. So actually, we're not a standalone in terms of what we're doing. Actually, we're sharing them ideas and sharing the way forward in terms of doing that. Okay, I think the questions are going to be covered at a later time. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We have have our next guest here who's only here for a very short time. So I'm just going to say thank you very, very much to Kendra and Alexandra for the session. WISE are doing a lot of work around apprenticeships and recruiting apprenticeships, and we'd welcome a discussion with you on this later. We are setting up a toolkit, and it is focusing on what Kendra and Alexandra were saying, the very practical aspects of engaging from a young age. We welcome an opportunity to speak to you about this later. However, with our special guest here, I'd like to hand over to Helen to introduce her. And if anyone would like to discuss apprenticeships with WISE, then please come and find me later. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. And now, because we've got a special keynote speech now from the Minister of State for Transport, who's come to the conference specially. He can only stay for until lunchtime, so we want to move straight to that and then come back to the interactive sessions afterwards. Delighted you're able to join us, because John Hayes had previously a brief for further education, skills and lifelong learning, and has worked in the technology industry. So on all three counts, very relevant to what we're talking about today. Please welcome John Hayes.
Thanks very much. Well, good morning. It's a real pleasure, a delight to be here to contribute to this important conference. Benjamin Disraeli, a great Prime Minister, not a woman, by the way, said, "Nurture your minds with great thoughts. To believe in the heroic makes heroes." Guess he probably should have said heroes and heroines, shouldn't he? But how rarely in modern times do we turn our mind to greatness? How rarely have we lifted our sights to distant horizons, dared to dream of the heroic, to imagine a greater future which brings economic opportunity and fills lives with well-being. And how rarely we've tried to make that future happen. Over my lifetime, which as you can tell is not very long, but nonetheless, over my lifetime, democratic polities, not just ours, but all of them, have too rarely embarked on building the future which their country needs or their peoples want. You can explain that in a lot of ways. It's perhaps because of the 5-year electoral cycle, perhaps because it's the need to deal with the daily, weekly, monthly imperatives, perhaps a reluctance to bind the hands of their successors with long-term funding commitments, or perhaps it's just that the post-war political discourse has become too technocratic, mechanistic, just too arid. Well, not me and not now and not this government. Now we are realising the power to make a difference. We are thinking and planning and funding for the long term. Well, how, you might ask? Well, we've embarked on the greatest period of transport investment for well over a generation. We know that that will both fuel economic success and build that communal well-being that I described. Overall, transport infrastructure spending is rising by 50% this Parliament. We're investing 15 billion to maintain and improve our roads, resurfacing 80% of the existing network and building 1,300 new lane miles. We are delivering the most ambitious rail modernisation programme since the Victorian era, Crossrail, Thameslink, Intercity Express programmes. We're buying hundreds of new trains and thousands of new carriages. And then there's HS2, which we start building next year. In all, this rising tide of construction makes our nation one of the world's leading transport investors, boosting our economic prosperity. But that's not all. Creating tens of thousands of new jobs. This must be measured in terms of the opportunities it provides and the effect it has on well-being, as well as on its economic significance. Take HS2 for example. During peak construction, it's going to need 25,000 skilled people. imagination, organisation, innovation needed to make this new railway age as great as the first. Meanwhile, the changes to our roads and existing railways require a further 10,000 skilled people. You know, that's going to require a re-evaluation of the practical. Because for too long, we've suffered from the idea that only through academic accomplishment do people gain a sense of worth and purpose. It's a fallacy of rationalism to believe that only academic study can have real value. For as John Ruskin wrote, the highest reward for a person's toil is not what they get for it, but what they become by it. The more pleasure we take in our work, manual or mental, in engineering's case both, the more of ourselves we invest in it and the more we get in return. We need to build a generation of curious, adaptable people to build all our futures. I began to think about the long term and the need for skills more than 10 years ago, as referred to in the introduction, as the Shadow Minister for Further Education, Skills and Lifelong Learning. I knew that we must elevate the practical by rejuvenating our apprenticeship programme, and you've been hearing about that in the last session. Challenging the misassumption that only academic accomplishment really matters. We're beginning to redefine the principle of higher learning. I had a look at the figures in preparation for today. You know, we have begun to make a big difference. In engineering, back in 2019, 43,000 apprenticeship starts, now 74,000. You know, in total, we've built apprenticeships from 280,000 to 619,000. And you know the thing I'm proudest of all? When I became the minister, there was something like 2,000 or less, or fewer, I should say, to be grammatically correct, or fewer level 4 apprenticeships. That number's gone up tenfold to 20,000. That's about higher learning. It's about understanding that through the acquisition of technical and vocational and practical skills, people can not only achieve personal fulfillment, but can deliver what we need as a country to build that prosperity, to deliver that well-being. So we've made a progression a key element, because for too often, apprenticeships and skills generally were seen as a cul-de-sac, not that route to higher accomplishment, but a dead end. And progression through the programme is critical to encouraging people, inspiring people to study practical and vocational subjects. You know, we've made a big difference in respect of engineering apprenticeships. I think you know that. You know too that our great universities produce engineering graduates of the highest order every year. And you know, and perhaps this conference knows most, that too few, far, far too few are women. For all this commitment that I made, and I believe we've begun to deliver on, I don't want to overstate our achievements, there's always more to do, isn't there, in government. For all that commitment, for all our work on skills, we know that all around us, in our families, in our schools, our workplaces, on our streets, walk hundreds of thousands of scientists, mathematicians, and engineers whose talents lie undiscovered, sometimes hidden even from themselves. They might be living happy, useful lives, but may never know the satisfaction of finding the occupation that truly fits their talents, that matches their aptitudes, their tastes. And as a nation, we will never know the scale of the price we pay for wasting such talent. It's the price paid in lost craft, in undeveloped skills. It matters for individuals because, as I say, their tastes and talents are frustrated, their dreams unfulfilled. But it matters for the country too, because it's the price paid in unbuilt bridges, missing motorways, run-down railway stations, unexcavated train tunnels. All the engineering projects we've accomplished, if only we'd had the skilled engineers. If only we'd inspired women to gain the skills to do the jobs that would have served the nation. So, you know, this conference knows. Indeed, it's sensed this conference purpose to be frank about that and to set out what we're going to do about it. Now, there are those, the sceptics, the cynics, that say, well, governments say these things, they always have, this government, last government, previous governments. But if ever there was a time to take action to inspire women engineering, it is now. For the government to succeed in its investments in transport and elsewhere, it is vital that we do so. And it is our great chance. So when the sceptics say it can't be done, it won't be done, I say to them, there are remarkable things already being done, happening in this country today as we speak at this conference. On Monday, I met a group of apprentices, young men and young women, enthusiastic, proud, gaining confidence. They're working on the largest infrastructure project in Europe, the most technically challenging, the most ambitious. In little over 3 years, working through night and day, 26 miles of tunnels dug. And amongst the greatest achievement of this groundbreaking project, pause there for emphasis, groundbreaking, get it? Is the way it has welcomed women into the world of engineering and construction. If you're doubtful, let me just give you some of the facts. Of those who've undertaken work experience on the project, over a fifth are women. Of the project's last intake of apprentices, over a quarter were women. And the women make up a quarter of those taking part in the graduate programme too. And as you've probably already guessed, that's not enough alone. I want to use this dynamic, ambitious scheme ever embarked upon as a beginning, as a pointer to what more can be done. So let no sceptic say again, it can't be done, it won't be done. It is being done here and now in this city, or at least under it. The Crossrail line is now almost complete, on time and on budget. The task now is to hold the ground we've already won and to advance to new heights. So this year, we published the government's infrastructure skills strategy. It includes a pledge to increase the number of women working in infrastructure, and this is how we're doing it. Because we're paying, the great advantage is that we get to call the shots. For HS2, road investment, the upgrades to our existing network and railway stations, we're writing into the contracts women hired for the work. In practice, it means that women should make up at least 20% of new entrants to engineering and technical apprenticeships in the transport sector. And the women working in the transport sector should increase to a number in line with the general population within the next 14 years. We also want to address the phenomenon that's seen 22,000 qualified women not return to engineering after a career maternity break, and I know that's something you'll be exploring during the course of your time together here. So, to deal with that, we're pressing organisations with over 250 employees to provide opportunities to those who wish to come back to work. And today, because this conference makes a difference, and I want you to know how much I believe in this, I'm going, as a result of your gathering, to ask the woman that I asked to run my National Careers Council when I was the Skills Minister, to work with your chair and my officials to support the ambitions I've set out here, and in particular to look at the advice and guidance and careers work we can do to make them happen. Because you know that actually these aptitudes, tastes and talents I referred to earlier, unless they're channeled into a conduit, which means that the people who feel these things who have these dreams can realise them. Often they're frustrated. Those decisions are made very early indeed. So we're going to make a better connected, a more productive country. But more than that, we're going to measure what we do in the effect it has on our economic performance, on our communal well-being, and on the opportunities it provides for all our people, men and women. We have a chance with this investment because these things don't happen every year or even every generation. You know, the scale of investment I've talked about is really quite a rare thing. Times of investment on this scale and pace are rare, and no one can say when days like these will come round again. So we must take our chances. The investment in our roads, our existing railways, and in HS2 means that we can make a real difference. So let's work together. Let's work together with this organisation, with the public sector and with the private sector to unleash the talents of tens of thousands of women, each with a chance of achieving greatness, each in their sphere to become heroic, a new generation. In Disraeli's spirit, a new generation of heroines. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister.
Really great pleasure. Thank you so
Have you
much.
got time for one or two questions? Or
One or two questions would be fine.
that would be fantastic. So, do we have any questions then? I think we've got a roving mic. Lady at the back with the red top. If you'd like to say your name and where you're from. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Jill Collins from Sheffield Hallam University. Mainly, I wanted to thank you. I'm so pleased. I was putting a question together about how we would connect with the careers community, which is very disparate. You know, I was applauding the Hitachi presentation and the desire to connect with teachers and with careers advisors, but only too well aware that so many of us are self-employed. You know, there's just not an infrastructure there to support some of the work that needs to be done. So fantastic if we can bring back some of the practice that, you know, when I trained, I spent 3 weeks at B&Q as a careers advisor, helping them. So, and, you know, I wanted to stand up and clap. Thank you.
That's the kind of question that every politician wants, isn't it? Look, I know that this is not straightforward. So, you know, the trouble with politicians, I see my friend Meg in the front row is a great champion of these subjects, and we've talked about these things over the years, Meg, haven't we? There's a great myth, you know, that people on different sides of the political divide don't agree about most stuff. We do, don't we? She's nodding. Most of the time, she said. I know this is not easy, and as I said, it's easy for politicians to be quite blithe about some of these subjects, and I didn't want to do that, which is why I spoke in the way I did, because I could have given you a kind of off-the-shelf speech, couldn't I? And I wasn't going to do that. And it's particularly challenging in respect of advice and guidance and support of the kind you described. In what you said, and I think you made the point extremely well, if I might say so, is a disparate set of circumstances. So lots of skills, lots of parallel skills, overlapping, lots of levels of attainment required, lots of organisational complexity too. So as I mentioned in my speech, public and private sector needing to combine. These things, when they're across all of those parameters, are obviously difficult to coordinate. And I think we have genuinely made some progress. I mean, I tried to set it out. But the only way it will be achieved is by trying to pull together that variety of challenges around a shared agenda. And the best way of doing that is by us listening to you, which is what I tried to do when I was in the skills job, and what I've tried to do now I've arrived in transport with the responsibility of skills. I know, by the way, this is a view shared by Robert Halfon, the current skills minister. He's a great friend of mine. I spoke to his team this morning about this, and I know he knows what you said to be true too. So there is across government, I think, a recognition of some of the scale of the challenges, a realism about the fact this is a important hurdle for us to surmount, but a determination to get it right. Because if we don't unleash that untapped potential, we won't simply deprive tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people of their chance to be their best by doing their best. We'll rob our country of all that they can bring. So you can measure this in the emotional terms, which I make no apology for doing, by the way, of wanting to build lives that are big and fulfilled and satisfied. But you can measure it just in logistical terms, that statistically we've got to do this if we're going to get to the destination which we all seek. So thank you for your question, and sorry for such a long answer.
You've got time for one. Well, there's a lady over here. Good question.
I think this should be a much ruder and critical question, otherwise I'm going to feel I haven't earned my money.
You've got an opening there.
It's an entirely selfish question. My name's Karen Barker. I'm starting a new UTC, University Technical College in Westminster, opening next year.
Would you mind if I come here? I'm horribly deaf, and I can probably come hear you better if I wander over to be closer to you.
That mic's on as well, if you want to start.
Would that work?
Yeah.
Well, I know, we're close enough to be able to talk here.
So I will be principal of a new UTC, University Technical College,
Yes.
opening in Westminster in September 2017.
Yeah.
Our specialism is going to be transport engineering.
Great.
And we are supported by Network Rail. What can you do? One of my passionate commitments is that we're going to have a science and technology school that's going to have girls, lots and lots of girls. How can you help me get lots and lots of girls into this new school?
See, I was told when I arrived, no Donald Trump-style answers, wasn't I? I was kind of instructed, and the trouble with that question is it could take me down all kinds of avenues I don't want to travel down. Okay, so now look, I know about UTCs really well. I worked with Ken Baker on them when I was at the Department for Education, and you'll know that Lord Baker was the great champion of UTCs. And we became close as a result of that. We had many meetings over it, and I tried to give them as much support as I could. I'm really excited what you said about transport. I mean, this is like manna from heaven for me, because it's so exciting to know that. I suggest this is what we do. I think as a direct result of your question, if I might be so bold, I'm going to ask my officials to arrange a meeting with you. I have my team here to discuss the detail of what you said, because it seems to be so central to what I said. I think it's also about the link to other educational institutions locally. So often this is about the perverse incentives people have not to go down the right road, as it were, not necessarily to get the sort of learning that they need to meet their ambitions. So sometimes it's about coordinating that properly. This is something I faced a lot in the FE sector, where sometimes people didn't know what was available to them until it was too late, so they'd taken other avenues, as it were. So I think a lot of it will be about coordination of information, and I think we can help with that. And I'm finally more than happy when you get going to come and see you. Westminster's not too far away from me, so you know. But I will certainly come. I mean, the other thing you can use me for is use me as your advocate. So I'm quite happy to come and speak to groups of young people and talk about, how important these things are. I have two young sons. I have a dreadful admission. I don't have a daughter. It's not my fault. It just worked out like that. So I have two young sons myself, 15 and 12. And I know of all the influences on them that will shape their thinking about what they can be. Now, Mum and Dad can do some of that, but in the end, they'll be subject to the influence of peers, clearly of school, of teachers, of the media, including the social media. Not that I get involved in that, but you know what I mean. So if I can be your evangelist for technical and vocational learning, I will be.
Thank you.
A question from Nina, who's on the WISE board as well. I'll repeat the question if you can't. So.
Thank you, Minister, for those really encouraging words.
Yeah.
My other hat I wear is I'm the Chief Executive of the Renewable Energy Association, and actually renewable energy attracts more women to work in that sector than in the general energy sector. How can we ensure that we can enthuse girls and women to work in the low-carbon transport sector and solve our problems for the future because of all those amazing challenges that we're facing? I'd really appreciate your words.
Well, I was the energy minister.
I know.
You knew that. I'm not known to be a great champion of wind turbines. Did you know that too? Yeah, I knew you would. But having said that, I fully understand the importance of renewable technology. In our field, in the field I'm now in, of course, I'm working a lot on a series of measures which I'm responsible for in respect of low carbon and changing some of the assumptions about the access to energy and power and how that will affect the government's overall ambitions in terms of a low carbon future. I agree with you about the high-tech opportunities that exist. I'm really interested in biofuels, for example, and always have been, both as Energy Minister and previously. And I was able to visit a biofuel plant very recently, actually, to look at some of the issues faced there. I'm very interested in anaerobic digestion as well, which I'm really strongly supportive of.
I wonder how many girls know what anaerobic digestion is.
Have we got time for a short lecture? No, we haven't. Okay, right. You and I could come and do one up here with maps and things. I think there's so many aspects of that where we could do more work. I tell you what, let's think about that too, shall we? Because a lot of this is cross-departmental. The point about the skills agenda, and I've discussed this with Robert Halfon, is so much of it cuts across different aspects of government. You know, something I did as the Energy Minister, sorry, I can go on forever, I'm going to keep you forever, don't worry. When I was the Energy Minister, we were looking at nuclear skills. And I got the Energy Department to work with a series of other government departments to map the skills we need in that sector over time. And what I discovered was that unless you do that, very often these things aren't charted, actually. And when you're projecting forward 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, in case of nuclear, actually, it's longer, because if you think about a nuclear power station, you're talking perhaps 15 years, 20 years to get it built, a life of, 60, 70, 80 years, and then decommissioning of 20 years. You are literally talking 100 years. Now, mapping what the skills needs might be over that time is quite challenging, and it does require a lot of interdepartmental work. But you're right, making information available to young women about the sectoral opportunities is really critically important. Thus the work which your chair is going to do. It'll probably only take about, 3-4 days a week? We did actually have a word about it in advance. I told her it's not going to say that. But your chair's going to do, that I mentioned earlier, because I want to learn from you about this too. But I get the point. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for coming.
A quick shuffle up on the agenda. Then we've got 3 questions for you to vote on now. So the first one is, does your organisation's educational outreach programmes engage with parents? There you go. Does your organisation educational outreach programmes engage with parents? And in fact, there have been two or three questions submitted which ask whether organisations are doing anything with parents, with schools, with teachers. All of the exhibitors out the lunch area where we will have lunch, all of those exhibitors can say that they're doing outreach with schools, so you might want to go and talk to them afterwards. And, and a big no. So there's a huge opportunity there for us to do more with teachers and parents. I know that the Women's Engineering Society, the British Computer Society, many of the big professional organisations are doing outreach, and I know that CAS, Computing in Schools, is starting to work on programmes to get more girls in, but the more that we can get engaged, the better, I think. So the next question for you is about gender balance in STEM apprenticeships. So has the apprenticeship levy had an impact on your recruitment plans? No. Oh, that's really interesting. What's kind of interesting is that 30-ish% of organisations don't have any apprentices. That doesn't apply to me. Or is it that the levy, because you're so small, doesn't apply to you? Can I do a show of hands? If you're a small company, do you have no apprentices? So do a show of hands. You know, I've got a company and it's got 4 people in it and 2 of them are apprentices. It's so doable. It's so doable. Okay. And the last question we've got for you this morning, before lunch, what is the current gender balance on your STEM apprenticeship programme? Well, I think that's kind of encouraging. We've got quite a few starting, and that magic figure of 30%, you know, that target that says when we get to 30%, then it'll start self-perpetuating and there will be momentum. We've got 10% there. That's great. That's really good. And you know, it also gives us an opportunity to go and look now and see what's going on our apprenticeship programme and see if we can do something about making it better. So that's kind of a nice way to finish. Okay, so on this list of questions, there were quite a few questions for both Hitachi Rail and Reckitt Benckiser about evaluating the success of programmes for schools. So how do you, and this is thanks to Josephine Wood and Fiona Jackson. So how, Reckitt or National Rail, do you evaluate the success of your programmes? Okay, so you're looking at each stage of their progression through the academic cycle. Okay. And the National Rail ladies, are you still here? Sorry, Hitachi Rail.
In terms of the school programmes that we do, you get... In terms of the school programmes we do, you get immediate feedback and evaluation. If you've got 20, 30, 40 young people in a group, you know before they leave whether they've enjoyed it and took something from it. And then obviously feedback from the schools. What we haven't quite got yet then is actually how do you then follow that on? How do you know how many of them are going into the STEM subjects? In terms of our apprentices, fortunately, we come in just under 20% in terms of female apprenticeships. And we monitor our apprentices all the way through. Interestingly, of the females that we are taking on, they're in our top 5 performers in terms of the apprenticeships, in terms of they've only been there a couple of months, but certainly taking them through our basic education and training, they're coming out top of the group for that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, it's lunchtime. So lunchtime is out in the area where all of the display stands are, and on your app, you'll see that over lunchtime we've got 3 lightning talks. So they are from the UK ESF, and it says on here it's 12:35, but we know we're running late. They know that when you get out there, they're going to start. Then we've got DLA Piper, and then we've got GSK, so you can go and listen into that. But we'll expect you back here at 1:30. Oh, 1:45, has it moved? All right. Okay, so 1:45, thank you.
the sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a good lunch. There was a great buzz over lunch and going around the exhibition areas, hearing the lightning talks. So that's what we want to see and hear. So I hope you had some good conversations there, as I did. Now, just before we move into our next session, I was struck by what John Hayes said earlier. If ever there's a time to take action to get more women into engineering, it's now. So prompted by that, I wanted to draw attention to the research WISE has done, which is on your apps, on your phone. If you look at the news release, saying the UK growth is at risk due to a crisis of 50,000 missing female minds. And where we've got that figure from is research which shows that of the nearly 300,000 girls who take maths and one science at GCSE when it's compulsory, by the end of the education system, so when they come through, those that go on to A-level, level 3, go on to do degrees, level 4 or above, so at the end, when they've come out of the education system in the UK, only 7%, that's only 7% of those 200,000 have a qualification to go into core STEM industries. So that means there's a huge opportunity for us to get a positive message to those girls, those missing minds, as we've said in the press release. So have a look at the detail on the press release. But what we're going to do, prompted by the Minister saying now is the time to take action, WISE will be asking the Prime Minister, following up with the Prime Minister, we mentioned that Trudy, the chair of WISE, will be in discussion about careers. We'll follow that up and we'll drive that forward straight away. But there's action on 3 fronts that we believe we want to see some more progress on. The first is education. I don't think it can be right that any school or college can have an excellent rating from Ofsted when they're not doing anything about this issue. And we'll be talking to Ofsted about that and to the government. Thank you. And then the next thing, we heard a lot about apprenticeships this morning. Now, the gender divide in apprenticeships, as Trudy said, we're stuck in a time warp. It's absolutely unbelievable. When I joined WISE about 4 years ago, I thought there must be a digit missing when I saw the number of girls doing an engineering apprenticeship compared to the number of males. It's just absolutely unbelievable in this day and age. It's not right. We need to do something about it. We've got the levy coming in. We saw on the polling just of who's here in the audience today that many employers, large employers and small, planning to take on more apprenticeships. We need to do something about that. Not otherwise, there's a risk if more of the training and more of the routes into STEM are through apprenticeships, where actually at the moment the gender divide is worse than it is in degrees at graduate level, that we will go into reverse. So we have to take that apprenticeship levy as an opportunity and work with the government to say, let's allow employers to use the levy funds to take positive action to address this gender divide. So we'll be speaking to the government about that. And the third thing is around looking at what parents can do, really. And this is a more practical thing that we can all do something about. Christmas is coming up. So one of my teams had a look at what toys are available, what science, tech-based toys. There's a list of top 10 on the WISE website that you can download. So have a look at that, see what you could buy for your daughters, your granddaughters, your nieces, your friends, and there'll be others around that we don't know about. So share your great suggestions on Twitter, and we'll get more girls having presents this Christmas that will excite them about science and engineering. Thank you very much, and we'll now move on to the formal programme.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, to start us off this afternoon, Camilla Barrow and Troy Easthorpe. So they're going to talk to us about that next stage in the career and talent pipeline, mid-career. So Camilla Barrow and Troy Eastwood both are going to present on this topic. They're both involved in the WISE 10 Steps initiative, and that is our sort of corporate flagship programme that looks at retaining and developing female talent. Both Camilla and Troy both currently hold senior project management positions at Bechtel and at Crossrail as part of that. And they're going to be drawing on their personal experiences and describe how Bechtel approaches the transition of women through its business and how they treat it very much as a business improvement project and how that helps them align it with their corporate strategy. So I'll hand you over to Camilla and Troy. Thank you.
Thanks, Susie.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Susie. My name is Camilla Barrow. If we just talk to you about the things that we're going to be covering today, we're really going to be talking to you about our company, which is Bechtel, and we're going to be talking to you about how we've integrated these 10 steps into a business strategy and how we've aligned them with our company visions, values, and covenants that we have in place. To do that, we'll give a short introduction, just to give you a bit of background as to who we're here, why we're here, and who we are. And then we'll talk about how we've kind of incorporated and even overlapped a few of these 10 steps really into 4 main categories. So we're going to be talking about our strategy, which is how we approach this like any other business initiative, which is one of the steps. Then we'll go through how we sponsor female talent and demonstrate that we want to retain and develop females and sponsor them the same way that we sponsor males within our company. Then how we remove internal obstacles. And that's really looking at sexism and bias within our industry and within our company when we're looking at recruiting people or progressing them. How do they influence us and how do we manage that within the supervisors across our company as well? And then one of the steps is obviously sharing lessons learned and good practices. So we're here to share lessons learned, and we've also been around earlier to talk to you about some of your lessons learned that we've been gaining from the other companies that are here today as well. And then we'll take time for any questions at the end. So I'll let you control us, Troy. Right.
I've lost control as well.
Yeah. This is a common problem we have. Yeah. That's why we're chosen today for this purpose. Well, while we're trying to figure out what's going on with the screens. So my name is Camilla Barrow. I've been working with Bechtel for about 10 years. I graduated with a master's degree in civil engineering from Newcastle University. And then during that time, since I've worked with Bechtel, I've pretty much worked overseas for the last 9 years. So I've worked on mega infrastructure projects, generally rail or airports, constructing them from scratch, a little bit of time in Asia, then a few years out in the Middle East, and the last 5 years out in America. This is obviously very passionate for me, starting from when I graduated with my degree from Newcastle. About 50 of us graduated in my year, of which I was one of 8 females, so it started there. And then right now in all the management, I'm the Deputy Project Manager on Crossrail for all our system-wide works within the central section. And in pretty much every meeting I sit in, I'm one of the only females there. So I recognise that gap. I see it every single day. I recognise it within my team. I have a construction engineering team, and those numbers are similarly reflected in my own team. I see the challenges, and I recognise the benefits from diversity, from having worked all over the globe and working with other women too. So there's definitely a benefit from our team, and we don't seem to be really drawing on that benefit at the moment. I'm a keen advocate of STEM as well, particularly with girl guiding. I don't know if anyone saw the BBC News this morning, but they're talking about the benefits of girl guiding. Pretty much wherever I've gone, I've either created a brownie unit or guide unit or helped support one. So right now, Greenwich Brownies frequently visit the Crossrail site and have been in the tunnels. So that's one of my keen advocates. Troy?
Thanks, Camilla. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Troy Easthorpe. It's always good to have the presentation straight after lunch, but I can hear already that everyone's quite lively today. So, I'm a senior project manager at Bechtel. I've been in the engineering, construction and project management industry for over 20 years. And through that time, I've seen change in the industry, but not enough change. And I'm here to try and help and sponsor as part of my experience within the industry, but also as part of the work I've done since my early career in the development of talent and the attraction of talent into the construction industry. Going back from when I finished college, working with the Construction Industry Training Board and the Young Enterprise Scheme. And I've tried to encourage that and promote that throughout my career, and that's what I'm here to do to support today. Now, during my career, again, like Camilla, I've worked in many places, many continents, and the experience that's given me over the years is that the more diverse your team is, the better you are, plain and simple. All of the factors that come into different backgrounds, different genders, different race, when you mix that all together and try and form dynamic teams that have balances with skill sets that are different to each other, really helps the dynamic of the team and how you perform. So that's one of the reasons why I really support this initiative. The other thing is a personal thing. I have 2 older daughters. My eldest daughter has just started university in a STEM subject, so I'm really pleased with that. My second daughter, who's going through higher education at the moment, I'm still negotiating with. But she's been on site. She spent a day with Camilla, who's one of our role models on the project, and I'm hoping, because I'm passionate about the industry, that I'll be able to attract her into it. We'll see how that goes. So just before we start, I'm going to just give you a bit of background in terms of the Bechtel journey. So it's only been going for the last 3 years. And again, as a company, one, we obviously recognise the shortfall we have in engineers that we need in our industry. So 2, we recognise there that there's a greater pool of females out there that aren't coming into the industry, but do have the qualifications when they leave higher education as a possibility to move into the industry. So that's obviously one of our aims. Also, we've recognised that our diverse teams perform better than our non-diverse teams. So that's another reason why we're promoting Women at Bechtel diversity and inclusion initiatives. So back in 2013, we launched our Women at Bechtel initiative from our executive sponsors all the way through our business sectors and then onto our regional offices. We launched the Women at Bechtel campaign, and we've already got 80 chapters around the world that are promoting Women at Bechtel. By 2014, within a year, we'd reduced the number of female resignations within the company. Now, very early, but they saw that the initiative was gaining traction, and hopefully that influenced their decision. We also, in that year, increased our female intake by 13%. So within a year of raising the profile, of sponsoring from the chief executives, people were seeing that we cared about the subject. By 2015, on the project I'm on, Crossrail, we had 40% of our engineers were female, which was a great result. And I think that may have had some sway in us being voted as Wise Employer of the Year for 2015. In 2016, 2 of our senior managers were recognised in the Daily Telegraph Top 50 Women Engineers, which again is a great achievement. And our overall percentage of engineers within Bechtel that are female is now at 16%, which again, when we see the stickers of the 9% that are going around today, that's something obviously that we're going to continue to strive for, to increase that number. So that's our journey so far. But what next? What does 2017 hold? We want to continue to increase the number and percentage of engineers that are female in the senior management positions. That's one of the areas we're focused on. But also this year, our graduate intake for the autumn intake increased to 50% female. So again, our pool is getting stronger, but we still have our challenges. And those challenges are about how do we develop our female talent that are within the company.
So as Troy's just mentioned, we're starting on a good front in terms of feeding the female pipeline into our company. And there's a lot of good initiatives, and I think they've been spoken about at the start of today, about bringing them in through raising awareness with STEM subjects and bringing young females in to see what we're doing and really encouraging the pipeline. However, once they join our company or any company in our industry, what do we do to make sure we retain and progress them throughout our industry? And in our company, we want to get them to the top, and that means becoming a partner within our company. So right now in the UK, within Bechtel Limited, our female population is approximately 26%. And when you look at the numbers of females that are partners, so on the top of the step, the top level, that's 20%. So it's not too bad, but there's a gap. So we need to increase the pipelines, that 26% increases, and then that can eventually funnel through to the top. So we promote on merit but we increased that 20% to be more reflective. So we've got a lot of work to do, and that's really where we've adopted and integrated these 10 steps into our strategy, into our Women at Bechtel strategy that we have. So a couple of things we're going to talk about today that are important about removing these internal obstacles. And these are things like unconscious bias. When you're interviewing your team, when you're speaking to your team, looking at promotions, what are those biases that are naturally instilled in us? And how are our supervisors using that to make critical decisions? We talk about flexible working. What are our policies, procedures? And more importantly, what culture do we drive? So if people do have changes in their lifestyle or careers, how do we support them and make them feel like that's fine and they can come back to our company and we work with them? We're going to look at sponsoring female talents, and there's 5 specific initiatives we'll talk about within that, which are things like networking, training and development. But the first thing, and probably the key to the foundation of this all, is how do we approach this like any other business strategy that we have within the company. So I'll hand over and we'll talk about our strategy.
So, like any business organisation, we need a plan, we need a strategy. So back in 2013, when we launched our Women at Bechtel, we produced our global charter and our governance strategy. It set forth the group's missions, objectives, the group structure and the governance that we would uphold that group to. Our vision is to make Bechtel the employer of choice for women as part of that strategy. We want to establish a diverse workforce and an inclusive environment, and that is the vision of the company, and that is the vision of Women at Bechtel. Our mission is to empower individuals to help with that, but also to empower the organisation to recognise that it has weaknesses, it has gaps, and it has legacy from the industry that went before it. So based on that, we want to create that inclusive environment, that diverse environment that encourages the development of women within the organisation. To do that, our vision and mission is supported by an organisation solely dedicated to Women at Bechtel. And then obviously every organisation needs goals, and every organisation needs to work on how they keep the engagement going. And we'll cover that as part of the rest of the presentation.
So one of the first pillars we talked about was our organisation, so Women at Bechtel organisation, which provides the structure for our initiative that we've been working on developing over the last 3 years. So, as Troy mentioned, it's set up like any other business initiative within our company. You have our global board at the top, which is sponsored by an executive on the side. And really that global board, the job of that global board is to provide consistency, any issues and sharing our lessons learned across our projects internationally. They're kind of the gatekeepers for that and coordination. Then at every single location across the board, we have lots of different individual chapters. So we have a UK chapter, as Troy mentioned, there's 80 in total. And in our UK chapter, we have 1,000 people, members or employees that are signed up for this. The organisation is key, but more importantly, it really is to make sure you select the right people to represent. So these are people that have day-to-day jobs already. This isn't a bolt-on initiative. This is people that aspire, are positive role models that we've identified to take on these roles. And really, they have to have a passion and want to influence change and drive change in every single thing they do within their day job. And it's only through integrating these people into the existing organisation that you'll see a change in culture. People want to aspire and be like them. It can't be another additional initiative that you have to do on the sidelines. It has to be something you do day in, day out. So we spent a lot of time making sure we had the right people on the board. We change it regularly within our chapters. We make sure everyone's aware of it, gives everyone visibility, everyone the opportunity to sit on the board at some point. Right now, our UK sponsors is Aileen McAdams and Mark Ashwin. Both of those sponsor it, and they attend all our events. We have annual conferences, lots of Q&A, and we have telephone conferences that anyone can see, access them, and visible to exactly what they're doing and why this is passionate to them.
So the other 2 pillars, as always, when you're in project management, you need a matrix. So the other 2 pillars are covered by our 3 goals, which are depicted in the yellow rows, and they're called the 3 A's. And the goals then are supported by our engagement elements which we call the 3 Cs. I'll quickly run you through the concept behind the matrix. So the first A is obviously awareness. Although we have our Women at Bechtel chapters, we have exponentially more people within the company that we've still got to reach out to and communicate with and make them aware of what our initiative is and what our plans are. So we get, as always with new businesses, you get a real good surge at the beginning, and we've seen that over the last 3 years. But we've got to keep that momentum going. And the only way that you keep that momentum going is to keep increasing the awareness and repeating the awareness. Along with that, as Camilla mentioned before, we need alignment. We need to be consistent. We're going from countries with different cultures, with different mixes of people on them. And we've got to make sure that the message is always constantly the same and that our chapters are continuing to promote the same message. And that way we get the spread quicker than we would do otherwise. And then obviously with any business plan, we need accountability. We need to hold our senior executives and our senior management responsible for making sure that this works. Without that accountability, they may move on to the next priority or the next fad or the next initiative. So this has to be structured. To support the 3 A's, on the engagement side, we've covered the 3 C's. The first one is obviously myself and Camilla as colleagues. We need to work with the individuals. Individuals that get it need to promote it with individuals that don't get it. And we need to keep nurturing our people so that they're more aware and they're more supportive and they're driving the change. Then we've got to work on the company. As I said, we're a large organisation, 18,000 plus permanent employees worldwide. We've got to touch every one of those. And then when we start projects, they'll bring a new influx of people into the company who will have to recognise that there's a potentially different culture and a different environment that we're trying to promote. So it's always a constant address. It's always a constant activity. We can never rest on our laurels. And then we've got the community. Thankfully, we've got people in the room that are sitting in front of me that support this initiative. And then we've got people like WISE, institutions that are also supportive of this initiative. We all need to work together. You know, the challenge that was set just after lunch in the keynote comment, that just shows how much work we've got to do. And we've got to do it as part of a community. But we've also got to recognise that the community is wider than our industries. We've got to go back to the schools and to the colleges and continue to work with them. It's a big subject, but we've got to chip away year on year. So that's what we use in terms of our strategy and in terms of our pillars to drive our culture and to change our culture. And our Women at Bechtel chapters across the globe use this framework to set up their plans for the year and to really drive this business plan.
So we've kind of described the policies, the goals and the engagement, how we do it. Let's talk about a little bit about what we've actually done, especially over the last year or a couple of years really. So five key initiatives in terms of sponsoring female talent that we've done really is recognise the importance of training and development. So everyone should be promoted on merit. Okay? It's not a quota system, it's who deserves it and who has access to it. However, personal progression is a personal responsibility. It can be heavily supported through company forums. So giving visibility, everyone access to all the available training. So every single employee with Bechtel has to sit down with their supervisor 3 times a year and discuss skills gaps and available training. And there's a website for this which has been created and you have to tick the boxes and it's all very complex, but it works. It enables every single person at some point 3 times in a year to sit down and talk about their gaps, what they've done in training over the last 3 months and what they plan to do. So really encouraging increasing your competency and your skills and development. The other one is networking. This is very much aided by a Women at Bechtel, but it's more than just that, it's mentoring. Every single person that joins our company now gets assigned a mentor. It might not be the appropriate mentor to start off with, and you can change them over the first couple of months, but if you don't know anyone, at least you have somebody straight away who you can contact with. And it's key in terms of sharing lessons learned and experiences. And women aren't always partnered up with another woman or somebody similar. It's a mix and range, and we try to separate it out. So for example, right now my mentor is based in Jubail, Saudi Arabia, and my mentees are both based in the US, 2 female mentees. So the mix between all 3 of us, and we do share stories up the chain and down the chain, is really critical in terms of sharing stories and diversity globally, geographically, and in terms of our own experiences. So it's key in terms of mentoring. The other thing is partnership. So WISE, we're here today. We're here also as individuals to come and speak to you and learn stuff ourselves, as well as share our stories. And this year, Bechtel hosted the WISE Career Development Training, which some of you may have attended. I attended and 12 other Bechtel females attended for us, and it was pretty good. It was hosted a couple of months ago. So we shared and networked with each other to learn some of our challenges and what we've been doing. There was a speed mentoring event with TfL, not speed dating, speed mentoring with TfL, and there were between 60 Bechtel and TfL employees that came along, really just to share stories again. And our company sets these up and sponsors them. And the other one was senior, when we talk about senior management engagement, if people within our company, employees, think that it's important to our senior managers, it helps drive that passion towards the level of importance. So our companies it's important to them, and they need to reflect that to employees. And that's another key strategy at the senior management level, that they're trying to show how every single one of them on the board level is accountable for increasing diversity and showing that it's important to them, not just playing lip service to it. And women supporting women, it is key. There are some specific challenges. So we have multiple forums. We talk about work-life integration, work-life balance, and how we cope with that. Not only just the policies and procedures, but also the culture. How does your company culture support that? So Troy, if we talk a little bit about culture.
Thanks, Camilla. So we set what we think our culture should look like. We've put our strategy in place. We've written the policy. We've created our groups that are going to support it. So we're done, right? No, we've still got a lot of behavioural elements to address, to drive that culture, to drive the diverse workforce, and to get as many people as we can working towards our common goal. So let me give you an example of what might have happened in the past and what might happen today. We have one of our colleagues on either maternity or paternity leave. And maybe the old culture was, we'll deal with them when they get back. Yeah? We're too busy. We need to focus on the people we have here now. Or maybe a different scenario that might work. How about we keep in contact with those people, no matter the duration of their paternity or their maternity leave? How about we keep them informed in the initiatives and how their projects are doing? How about when we're doing the business plan and the career development plan for the next year, that we make sure that they're considered and we inform them of that consideration so they know that they're already being thought of before they even return to work. That's just an example of what it could have been in the past versus what it could look like today. So that's one area, one example of how we need to change behaviours and cultures. The other thing we've got is our leaders. We can't sit here today and pretend that all of our leaders get it. We cannot. And our leaders have unconscious bias. And they don't know that because they've inherited it over decades through the industry. We've, in the UK, insisted that all of our leaders go through, 100% of our leaders have gone through unconscious bias training. Not that they're going to get any better straight away, but at least they've got the recognition there that those biases are within and they create stereotypes. And then communication. Not only do we have to keep telling people what we're doing, but we have to listen to our employees. Through our Build a Better Bechtel and our Great Place to Work initiatives, we're listening. And we're listening that there is a difference in terms of fairness and gender equality, in terms of the feedback we're getting from our male population versus our female population. So we need to do something about that. So we need leaders and champions. And we need to run this like a business and not a sidebar initiative. So my view is we operate it like a business and execute it like a project. And hopefully in the future it becomes the way we work.
So to summarise some of the key lessons that we've learned is the importance of having metrics and targets, business strategy, vision, that's aligned with whatever your company previous has, whatever goals they have in place, so it's integrated, not a bolt-on. It's important you have clear goals, and ideally those goals are linked to bonuses at a high level. We found that had a massive impact as well in terms of starting the visibility of it. It's also important to recognise that we are facing the same challenge to various different degrees as many other companies in our industry here. And it's only by working together and sharing these lessons learned that we're going to get anywhere. And only through that can we reap the benefits of having more females within our industry, and also that will better the industry in itself. And also without forgetting the STEM subjects and encouraging the kind of filling from the bottomed up. Because without that pool, we won't be able to sustain our industry as well in terms of development compared to other companies and countries. So thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, we can answer them now, or you can come and see us. We'll be around for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Troy and Camilla. And we're always very indebted to Bechtel, who are perhaps one of the most engaged companies that we work with on our 10 Steps programme. So 10 Steps is our sort of flagship corporate programme. Sign up for it. If you're not organisations who are involved, come and find one of the WISE team and find out how you become a signatory and how you get involved in the activities that run alongside it. So, in summary, get involved with people like me to help you with your attraction. Talk to us about apprenticeships and how our apprenticeship toolkit can help you get more women into those apprenticeships, and sign up to the 10 Steps to help you drive retention and development of the women that you already have in your businesses. Okay, so whilst I've got Troy and Camilla on the stage, we have had a couple of questions from the audience coming through on the app, which I'd like to address to them now, if they wouldn't mind. Is that okay? Perhaps we'll start with, how did Bechtel go about getting 50% female graduate intake? Who'd like to take that?
Okay.
See, this is what happens when I'm left standing next to the mic. I think.
Well, I'll go first. Obviously, it was in the plan. Okay, so we set the plan, but then you've still got to work it. So obviously, we do a lot of work with WISE. We do a lot of work with schools and colleges. We use our projects to highlight what we do, and that really encourages people, as Camilla says, from the grassroots upwards. But then it's back to making people accountable. And if people are accountable to achieve those goals, and we're talking about senior executives of the company, then they will make it happen through driving their people and measuring them against it. So that's one of the key things for me.
Yeah, that's true. We spent the first couple of years, so we talked about three years looking back, we spent the first couple of years clearly identifying what targets or metrics we wanted to achieve. And 50% is what we targeted. And to do that, we really had to go out and campaign. We sent people or kind of campaigners out to all universities. We really looked to it, and it worked. And we've got a great, it was all merit-based. We just had a great application year. People knew about us. We'd been buddied up. I had a couple of girls from university that come around to our project. And it was just a really successful year.
And then a personal one for you, Camilla. When did you first know that you wanted to do engineering, and what was it that inspired you?
Well, actually, I wanted to join the army, so I left home at 16. There's an army officer college in Nottinghamshire, and they'd only let you join there, and I wanted to leave home quite early because I was quite adventurous and active. They only let you join if you were going to do maths and engineering degrees, so you could join the Royal Engineers. So I was sponsored by the Royal Engineers and did civil engineering, and then ended up really enjoying it and liking it. So it's a bit of a strange way to get into it, but it worked out okay. So.
All right. So obviously, Troy and Camilla are, well, I think, Camilla, you're staying around a little bit longer, aren't you? Troy will have to dash off, unfortunately, but thank you very much indeed. Round of applause, perhaps? And now a little bit of polling, I believe, Gillian.
And if you don't get answers to your questions, then there's an opportunity for you to put your email address on there, and we'll get back to you afterwards. And last year we published a thing that showed all the questions and the answers to the questions. So if we don't get round to you today, then we apologise, but you will hear the answers to your questions. So can we have the next polling question? So phones at the ready. where is your organisation expending the most effort to improve gender parity in STEM? And you'll see that this is attraction and retention, which applies to what we did this morning and what they've been doing just now. When I talked to the man at lunchtime and I said, how long does this go on for? He said, they can keep moving for ages. So, but I think that's really positive. And it answers quite a few of the questions that we had this morning about who's doing educational outreach. So it does look as though that's a really positive area, doesn't it? And I really like the all of the aboves. That's really positive. Okay, and our next question, please, is where do you need support? So, well, that's good. It's a good job that Wise are here then, isn't it? Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. More later. Let's have a look if there are any questions that we might... has Troy gone? He's left now, hasn't he? We'll come back to you on the questions to Troy. And we've had a couple on will we have access to the slides, and I believe they'll be put in the members area later if you want access to those. So thank you for you, and I'll hand back to you.
Okay, so we're going to change the pace now. We're moving through this talent pipeline to talk about women in the most senior positions in our organisation. So we have our panel discussion now. So I'd like to invite our panel moderator and the panel to come and join us on the stage. So whilst they're all assembling, I'll tell you a little bit about a lady called Sian Cleaver, who will be our facilitator for this session. Sian is actually a member of the Wise Young Women's Board, which, for those of you who don't know about it, is our shadow board. So we use them as our sounding board for what we're doing now and in the future, and to keep us real, to keep us sane. So Sian is one of our very valued members of that. So the conversation about the number of women holding board positions in the UK is currently headline news, with the Hampton-Alexander Review publishing only yesterday. Our panel will discuss ways to unlock access to those influential operational executive roles and board appointments for women. We hope to move the standard conversation away from just how do we get more women on boards to how do we actually develop and promote the most talented women from within our organisations so they're able to take up those most influential positions that are available to them. So with that, I'll hand you over to Sian, who will introduce the panel.
Thank you very much, Susie. So as Susie said, we are really fortunate to have with us today some really knowledgeable and really quite influential guests on this panel with us. So we've got a lot to discuss in this session. So without further ado, please allow me to introduce to you all of our panellists. Now, just to note, if you'd like to know a bit more about any of the panellists, have a look on the conference app, and there's a little section there with all the bios. So on the left here, we have Philip Hampton, who's the chairman of pharmaceutical giant GlaxoSmithKline, and also the chair of the Hampton-Alexander Review that was published only yesterday. So as Susie said in her introduction, this government-backed review aims to address how we can increase the representation of women in the executive level of the FTSE 350 companies. And next to Philip, we've got here Michelle Dix, who's the Managing Director of Crossrail 2 at Transport for London. So Michelle's responsible for developing the Crossrail 2 project and for gaining the funding and the powers for it. She was the first person to job share at a senior level at Transport for London. And she has some really interesting anecdotes as to how she was perceived by others whilst sharing the job with her male counterpart. We're also joined by Mark Stewart here, who is a General Manager and HR Director at Airbus Operations. And he's also an HR Director at the wider Airbus Group. So Mark's really knowledgeable on the current situation within Airbus at the moment, and he's also got loads of practical ideas of how Airbus can be promoting in-house talent to help them to reach these more influential positions. Jane Basson, next to Mark, also joins us from Airbus Group. Now, Jane is the Chief of Staff to our CEO, Tom Enders. She was appointed to this position in July 2016, and before this, she was appointed Senior Vice President of Leadership Development and Culture Change for Airbus. She's also set up and ran Airbus Group's Leadership University. Next to Jane, we'll also be hearing from Myrtle Dawes, who is the Planning and Dispatch Director for UK Energy Supply and Services at the energy company Centrica. Myrtle has worked in many different areas of the energy sector and was also one of the first women to work offshore as an engineer in the UK North Sea. And finally, we've got Michael Rowley, who's the Managing Director of Brands for Hearst Publishing Group. So Hearst publish household favourite magazines such as Cosmopolitan, Red and Good Housekeeping. Now, Michael offers a really interesting perspective to our panel because he is a man working in a typically female-dominated industry, but on quite a fairly gender-diverse board, which is led by a female CEO. So he hopes to give us a perspective of what it's like to work in a more gender-diverse environment, but one where there are still, of course, lots of issues surrounding work-life balance. So let's get started with our panel discussion then. I think probably the question that we all really want to know the answer to, in light of yesterday's publication of this Hampton-Alexander review, is what, Philip, do you recommend to get more women into executive positions at some of the UK's biggest companies?
And thanks, Sharon. It's a gigantic question for whatever it is, 2 minutes to cover. I'd encourage you all to read the report that Helen Alexander and I did published yesterday. It's a joint report, by the way, and some of you will have met Helen. She was the former president of the CBI, the first woman ever to occupy that post. A fantastic role model for women. But if there's a really simple summary, the most important thing, which I just heard from the previous panel, is actually target setting. Because this happens in business not just in terms of gender diversity, it happens in business in terms of pretty much everything that what gets measured gets managed, what gets measured gets done. And so establishing clear targets, both for individuals, what is your clear target, and for the company itself. That is the single most important thing. And that requires leadership, requires your own management of your own lives, and it requires the right leadership in the company. The best example I've seen, GSK is pretty good at this, actually very good at this by most standards, but the best example in recent times has been BHP Billiton, probably a company that many won't have heard much about, but it's the world's biggest mining company, historically incredibly, not just male, but macho. And they announced 2 weeks ago they're going to be 50-50. Right across the workforce, from the boardroom to the people who drive the 350-ton trucks around their big mines. There's no reason why women can't do these jobs. Historically, they've very rarely done them. Once you've established a target, then you find the mechanisms by which it all gets into place. And that is always situational for individuals and indeed for the company. So there are lots and lots of other things, and lots of them are explained in the report we published yesterday. But if there is the one big thing, it's the target. I just make one final comment, actually, which is about GSK and Emma Walmsley, who we've announced is going to be the next CEO of GSK. She'll probably be the most senior business woman, arguably, possibly in Europe, possibly in the world, in terms of the scale of the business that she's running. And when I first talked to her about her ambition, and I thought I was going to get the usual pap and evasion of the real issues, which is what a lot of people, I'd say maybe particularly women, go to. And she said, "Oh, that's very easy." She said, "I want to be the chief executive of a large international public company, and I want to be there by the time I'm 50. I'd like it to be this company, but if it's not, I'll find another." She was and it wasn't a threat, it was just a statement of ambition. Now, she wasn't born like that. You were born to be an astronaut, I think, Sharon, but she wasn't born like that. And she probably didn't graduate like that, but as she went through her professional career, she had various levels of ambition. That had become her ambition, and she was just working backwards. How do I get there? So that's a very, very big message about focus.
Thank you. So Jane, let's take this to Airbus now. So from your experiences and observations there, what do you think would make a difference in getting more women into executive positions?
I think I definitely agree with what Philip's just said, targets. I might push the boat out a little bit, and this is not an official Airbus group position, so Mark, you can bash me over the head afterwards. I don't really understand what the difference is between a strictly enforced target and a quota, except that perhaps speed of implementation. So for me, what would really make a difference, and I don't mean government intervention, I don't necessarily mean to have a law. I think it should be the business that decides what makes sense for the business, that recognises that broader diversity and gender diversity as part of that makes sense for the business, and then goes for those targets and then sticks to that and puts in place all of the mechanisms that are needed to do it. But I'd just like to say as well that it's great that you're appointing a female CEO, because one of the things that I think really makes a difference is to start to see women at the top. There are just not enough of them there. And we've had a lot of discussions today, in the room, outside, over lunch, about what you see is what you believe. One of the things I've been struck by in this remarkable building is the tremendous lack of pictures of women, actually. And there is one on the ladies, but it's the only one I've found so far. So I want to see more women that show me that it's possible, that yes, I can believe it. And not everybody has that strength of focus to be able to say, I want to be there when I'm 50. But if other people are there, then you think, well, why not? So just more of them.
Exactly. And Mark, so what can we be doing, what can companies be doing to really promote any sort of in-house or homegrown talent to reach these more influential positions? I mean, what's being done at Airbus at the moment?
I mean, I think there's something either ironic or symbolic that we're holding this event today. Because I picked up the newspaper today and it said, I think it was Gender Day or something like that, which in essence says that the majority of the people in this room are going to work for nothing between now and the year end. And that for me is just unbelievable. So I think it's simple. If you do nothing, you'll achieve nothing. And I think companies really have to embrace the whole aspect of diversity. But if bringing it back to Airbus and the things that I think other companies can learn from, and picking up on points Jane, Sir Philip mentioned, I think you do need to have set yourself goals, whether they're targets or whether they're quotas. What's important is that you actually live and breathe them. And it's not just about the number of talents that you hire externally. It's about what can you do internally to change the perceptions, some unconscious or conscious bias that may or not exist. And for me, it includes having targets on promotions, targets on identification of talent within the organisation, on, dare I say it, ensuring that for every vacancy that females are shortlisted for these vacancies, and we don't just leave it to choice. Right through, and some of the things that we've been doing in terms of trying to push the pendulum the right way in terms of for promotions, is that we've taken a conscious decision for our assessment centres that 70% of the opportunities will be for female. That was a conscious decision that we took to try and push that pendulum. In terms of our talent programmes at the senior level, so Achieve, Expand and others, we've set targets that a minimum 25% of those participating have to be from our female population, our female employees. Just some of the things that I think we can do.
Okay, and what about from the rest of the panel? Any good practices at other companies, at TfL, for example?
At TfL, what we've done, so like following the celebration of 100 years of women in transport, is try and get like women interested in all aspects of what TfL does. So it's not specifically to become engineers. I happen to be the only engineer on our board, and I'm the only woman on our board. But the people who are running TfL come from all sorts of different backgrounds. And what we did through the 100 Years of Women in Transport programme is to sort of like let girls know the sorts of jobs you can have at TfL and then rise to the top and run it, that would range from occupational health to sort of like actually working on the track, fixing things, to some of the advertising, the sort of like creative side of the work, a whole range of professions. And that gets people excited about joining the organisation. You can get them into teams and then they can change roles. So there was a girl I used to work with who came in as a PA to one of the chief engineers. She showed a lot of interest in the technical side of the work that we were doing, wanted to sort of go and do a course, particularly in terms of programme management, said yes, go and do that, came back. She then became the project leader for the traffic engineering implementation required for the congestion charging scheme. So it's getting them into the industry in the first place and exciting them about it. And once you get more females into the industry, regardless of roles, then I think you can change the culture of that industry and then hopefully promote people up.
And Philip, so what are your ideas on this? What things can the companies be doing to get this in-house talent up to the top so that they can reach these targets that you set out in your review?
Well, we have set out quite a few of them, but I just touch on them. I mean, first of all, you have to be really careful about simple processes. There's no single silver bullet, as it were, about any of this, but there are lots of steps. But everybody is an individual. The individuals are much more important than the stats and the processes, which is why you just don't, as it were, go through the mechanics of this. I personally think, I've been involved in mentoring women to get into senior roles for about 12 years now, and I think mentoring is hugely important. The single biggest, and this is old stuff and it may be a gender stereotype, but it's one of the ones that still I see very often. Women don't put themselves forward nearly as much as men. You may have heard this said before, but if a woman is 7 out of 10 for a role, she says, I'm not ready for that. If a man is 3 out of 10 for a role, say, yeah, I'm going to go for that. And so now that is still a gender stereotype that I see over and over again. Women are much more reluctant to put themselves, at least in my experience, forward for the big challenges, or don't get picked out for the big challenges. They don't get their elbows out to go for the big challenges early in careers. Those can be very important things to do. Networking, this is a networking event. Men are, in my view, not nearly such good natural networkers as women, in terms of how they run their lives and their society interactions and so on. But men network much more effectively in business for some reason than women. I mean, of course, a lot of that is just simply history. It's not fundamental. So there's absolutely no reason why it shouldn't change, and actually no reason why it shouldn't change very quickly. And then I think there's the other thing I'd say is, and this is for individuals and for companies, we do have unconscious bias about everything. One of the things that we still have unconscious bias about is what leadership looks like. And many of us, men and women, have this notion that leadership looks like a man. There's the famous business school case of Howard. Howard is doing all these sorts of things, and he's set out his CV, and everybody thinks Howard is terrific. And then you just change the name to Heidi, and Heidi's not somebody you want to employ. And men and women have that sort of same perception. So, I think all of this is part of a cultural change. But this conversation would not have taken place, in my view, 10 years ago, and it definitely would not have taken place 20 years ago. So I think we're just going through actually quite a significant revolution. And there's definitely never been a better time to be a woman in business. So, best of luck to all of you.
Okay, and just to pick up on that point, Michael, I'd be interested to hear from you here. So do you think that there's a bias in the perceived idea of what we're looking for in directors? So are board chairs subconsciously recruiting in their own image, and how can we ensure that that doesn't happen?
Well, I guess if you measure on outcome, yes, there's clearly inherent institutional bias. And I think a lot of it comes down, before you kind of get to the board level, the practicalities of the modern workforce, where childcare is such an important issue and a potential difficulty for those that are taking that responsibility within the home environment. We've done a lot to try and drive practical initiatives around that. There's actually quite a lot of government help you can get around tax relief if you use the right sort of nurseries. It's remarkably well known, and I'd ensure that all HR directors find out from the Treasury what you can get on that. We've rolled out that programme amongst our workforce, and it's made a material difference in terms of the amount of money that they have to find for childcare. Then I think the big one is culture, which I think will then roll up to when you get into more senior positions. Our statistics are of the senior management team, the executive board, about 2/3 are female and 1/3 are male. Our organisation is about 70% female employees. Our CEO is a woman as well. So the culture, inevitably, it's not a surprise, it's not strange. If you do employ someone like you, it's more likely to be a man than a woman, but I'd hope we'd get to kind of gender neutrality in terms of people's perceptions. But the practical support around that, I think, has to be that it's as common for men and women to take maternity and paternity leave. We were very early adopter. One of our journalists on Esquire magazine, ironically enough, did a stint of paternity cover when it was first available to swap between maternity and paternity cover, and wrote a very interesting article in The Observer about that. What is interesting, I think, is the perception of colleagues, potentially male colleagues, to that is probably as important as the practicalities around it. And once it becomes more common, then that's great. So I think because we've reached critical mass, it's probably less of an issue for us, but it's always an ongoing issue in terms of wanting to create that support network and culture within the organisation. And then there's one other issue we particularly care about. Our breadth of our portfolio of brands covers everything now from younger women to older women to men as well. Inevitably, it's as much digital as it is print, and it's a lot of experiences. So we reach a wide breadth of population, both in terms of interests, but also social demographics. We've got to make sure we get people coming in from different economic backgrounds, and that is traditional, perhaps in London and the South East, where if you want to do an internship, you're probably going to be from a family environment where you can have financial support to do that. Housing is a massive issue. So on brands like Cosmopolitan, we're doing a lot of work about trying to get accessible housing for younger women coming into the workplace. We do CSR initiatives ourselves where we reach out to people for internships that wouldn't normally be able to come into an organisation like ours, and we do that through third-party charities. We have a wider initiative called Hearst Empowering Women, which is an issue-based concept. There's also a financial profit-based concept, but there's also a big CSR element to that as well, which I think is important to us. And one of the things I'm particularly trying to drive as well, if we're reaching younger women to come into a workforce where economically they wouldn't normally be able to do that, is it worth also reaching out to some young men to do that? Because frankly, ours is an environment where young men, particularly from less well-off backgrounds, would, I think, from a peer group pressure point of view, feel entirely comfortable about saying that. So we can reach out to those people as well. It'll make a difference, I think.
Of course. And Michelle, what do you think? So do you think that there's a bias in what's looked for in a director at the moment? So is TfL doing anything in particular to stop this from happening?
I would say as one of my anecdotes that I didn't think there was bias until I experienced it. And I experienced, I'd worked for sort of 21 years before sort of coming to TfL as a job share. And I job share with a friend of mine, a bloke called Malcolm. And we were both the director of congestion charging. And we worked together on a Wednesday. And on Wednesday, we aimed to see sort of like key stakeholders hold meetings. So we'd turn up at the meeting together, and someone would come up to me, give me their coat, and ask me to go and make a cup of tea. Sort of thing. So I would take their coat, and I'd go and make them a cup of tea, and I'd put them back down. I said, right, I'm chairing this meeting. And just the shock on people's faces. But that was the first time I'd experienced it. I thought, this must go on all the time. I think so, like, there's a recognition now that there is bias, and one needs to do unconscious bias training. But the more women you can get into a team, the less obvious that will be, because you're exposed to things. The other thing I wanted to say was, actually, we have had a lot of women's events at TfL in the years, sort of talking about the issues and how to change things. But a couple of years ago, on International Women's Day, the Staff Network Group set up a meeting, but to go to that meeting, you had to bring a bloke. So the bloke had to come with you. Basically, so they could hear the issues, so they could be made aware of the issues. That had a profound effect, because we can talk amongst ourselves about the problems, but if the blokes don't appreciate the problems, then it's not necessarily going to change. I mean, you obviously do, because you're here, but sort of it's not going to change as quickly as it should do. And as a result of things like that, we've now got our commissioner, who is the champion. And because he's championing things, and we've got a new head of the Underground, Mark Wilde, who is also sort of like bought into this, they're telling the rest of the men they've got to follow their example. There's got to be a culture change, and that they've got to pick out blokes that aren't behaving, and women if they're not behaving well, but pick out people who aren't actually behaving well within the organisation to promote women across the organisation.
I fully agree with you. I mean, I think one of the things, Jane talks about role models at senior levels. I think you need to have role models right through the organisation, so that no matter where you are in the organisation, you can see people. So it's about celebrating success and raising awareness at the same time. And we've got Emma England, who's one of the participants here today. She was the SEMTA Engineering Graduate of the Year last year. She was seen as top 100 manufacturing 20 exemplary. We had Jackie Castle, who's our chief engineer on 350, one of the top 50 engineers. We've got to make the most of that in the organisation to help give people throughout the organisation a sense that people can get their careers on an upward trajectory as soon as possible.
So I totally echo that. Engaging with men and many of these issues is very important. We've done a work around brands such as Esquire, where we've done an issue around feminism and from the perspective of a male. And one of the most popular articles that we did on esquire.co.uk was a piece by a feminist writer on how men can deal with some of the more tricky issues with their girlfriends and why girlfriends think and say the things they do. And I wouldn't underestimate, for perhaps people who've been brought up in a traditional way of thinking, it is quite a big leap, and I think education and support plays a big role in everybody understanding these issues better.
We did a lot of diversity training, and it's very different, the environments that we all come from. In a heavily male-dominated blue-collar environment, you can imagine diversity training is very different to a cosmopolitan engineering organisation. But I thought Myrtle shared with me something of her experiences on the Alpha 40 field.
40s Bravo, yeah.
Where you said you walked into a room and was confronted by educational material, shall we say, and had nowhere to go. But you turned that into a strength, where you made the people in the room feel really, really uncomfortable about what it meant for you. And you were able to change, in a way, the mindsets.
I think the other thing I'll say about that, so this is when I went offshore and I got lost, and I went into a room, and it was the ceiling, the walls, everything was pornography. And so I did ask for some help to find where I was going. There was a lot of awkwardness. One of the things I took from that is that the managers of the 40s field obviously wanted to transform. They had some targets as well. And they removed, they said, look, we don't want, when the female engineers go offshore, that they be exposed to this. And so they stopped. So what happened is OIM would stop all the films, the educational films and everything else when we went offshore. And that caused a lot of resentment, because people said, oh, well, Myrtle's offshore now, so we can't watch our films. So actually then what happened is they did the right thing, and they stopped everything and said, so it doesn't matter. So any engineer can go offshore. The remarkable thing was that you found out that actually some of the men were very uncomfortable with the situation as well. They didn't like going into rooms, and sometimes we forget there's a voice there of people who are quite supportive, probably don't always have that catalyst to say, I actually think that this is all wrong. And so we shouldn't always feel that we're on your own. And that's one of the things I really realised when I was working on my own, that you can feel very isolated, but you're not actually. There's a lot of support there.
Okay, that's really interesting, Myrtle. In fact, I've got another question for you, Myrtle. I'm really interested to hear more about the STEM side of things now. So, obviously, we're in a room here probably with lots of women from STEM industries. And I'd really like to know, Myrtle, do you think that scientists and engineers bring something different to a board of a company? So should we be encouraging us STEM women to look for non-executive director positions in all sectors, so not just the STEM sectors?
So absolutely. I mean, I've worked on quite a few leadership teams, and there is a really big difference depending on some of the backgrounds. So in particular those, I mean, I've worked a lot in energy, so with lots of geoscientists and engineers. Typically, everything that we're trying to do has a 10 or a 15-year lead time. So everything is a lot longer term. So things are happening on a daily or an annual basis, and we're saying, but we still need to move forward with long-term plans. And this is very, very different from some of the others. In particular, I wouldn't insult them, finance, which is, what we need to get that cost cut in next year, and would sacrifice a 10-year project to do that. And you really do need people who can look beyond just the goals that you've got this year, next year, and the year after that, to the long-term growth of companies, which typically, if you're working in engineering or science, you have to do, because it takes so long to get anything manufactured or made and into production. So for sure, and I think that long term is some of the things. If you look at some of the countries who are very successful at the moment, they have people who are thinking very, very long term in their companies in order to deliver things over a 10-year period. So absolutely.
And Michelle, what do you think? I mean, is there anything that STEM women add that others might not?
I think sort of it's good to have in a team people with different mindsets, people who problem solve in different ways. You can challenge each other in different ways. And I say, even if you say take our sort of exec team at TfL, we have different backgrounds. You know, the sort of head of the communications and marketing actually didn't have a degree at all. Worked his way up through the banking system and got into communications and marketing that way. Thinks differently to the way I think, as do many of the others. And you do have a stronger debate, and we would look at it in a different way and then have an argument about sort of like the pros and cons of the different way. And then we'd come out with a better answer, better than either of us had. So I think just simply because it brings a different sort of like problem-solving mindset, then it's worth having sort of like a good mix of people on all teams.
And Jane, what about Airbus?
It might be a good route as well for STEM women to succeed in STEM organisations, making it, shall we say, all the way up to the board or senior leadership, because very often, and we see this at Airbus, where we're doing a lot with succession planning for our executive committee, making sure that we have women in the succession plan, etc. Very often what you hear is, she's great, but she's not ready yet. Or, yes, but not now. Or actually, you hear that from men as well. But that there is that resistance there. Whereas if you had STEM women going and becoming non-executive board directors for another industry where it's more common to have women, they bring that diversity, their engineering or science skills to that. And then when they come back, they can say, well, yes, actually, I do have this experience. Because that's the other thing is, so no, she doesn't have that experience yet. Well, obviously, if you don't give it to me, I'm never going to have it. So I think it's a good sort of, to get those loops through different industries as well.
Can I just say that experience business is an issue in terms of recruiting women. And we normally, when we're recruiting our graduates, sort of like look for experience, even though they're graduates. And obviously, maybe if you're a bloke, you've got more chance of working on a site before you sort of applied for your university course, etc., etc. But if you ignore the experience and just concentrate on their strengths and capabilities, you get a completely different mix of graduates come through. And this year, for the first time, I mean, it's not 50%, we had 40% of the graduate intake were women. It was just a noticeable transformation. And it's applying that to other recruitments, not just your experience, but what are you capable of doing?
And Philip, going back to the makeup of boards, you said to me that you've observed a slightly different setup in Germany with more CEOs there tending to have technical backgrounds than in the UK. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long-term trend. long-term feature, and heaven knows what the social origins or business origins of it are, but it's definitely visible. German companies for a long time have tended to, German engineering companies have tended to say, we want the CEO to be the best engineer because we're an engineering company, a rather simple Teutonic way of looking at it, pretty hard to argue with. In the UK and the United States in particular, the CEOs have tended to come from a wider range of backgrounds. They may be financial, they may be marketing people, maybe commercial people, sometimes, actually, particularly in America, they can be lawyers. And there is some analysis to say, actually, that, again, a lot of this comes down to leadership, that if your CEO is an engineer, the company is all about engineering, and they reinforce each other, which is why German companies, have been really successful long-term about engineering. There may be failures as well in that, but just if I can just expand that a little bit, and just in terms of the gender contribution now, again, I think this is, at the moment now, so you may feel it's not enough, in fact it isn't enough, but it is starting to look transformational, because we've just produced the data, which we published yesterday, on who's actually running big UK companies. And, when I joined my first FTSE 100 company board 25 years or more ago, there were just no women at all, as close to zero as makes no difference in those sort of top positions. And we looked at, not the boards are now mainly non-executive, and that's a big change in the last 20 years, but the executive committees who really run companies, and the people who report directly to executive committee members. For the FTSE 100, that's about 6,500 people. At the moment, about 26% of them are women. Now, that is still lower than it should be, but actually it's quite a good building block. And as I say, I think that number would have been tiny 20 years ago, and now it's 26%. So there is and those are the top jobs. Those are the highest paid, the most important, the big full-time jobs. And there is a really big effort taking place, both from women and actually from the leadership of those organisations, to get more women through. So it really is happening. Women are getting top executive jobs in the top companies, which is fantastic.
Okay, now Myrtle, I'd like to come back to you, if I may. So do you have any personal experiences that you can draw on to advise those who are currently underrepresented in these senior positions as to how they can break through?
Yeah, I think you have to be realistic about the environment in which you work, and I'll quote the company. So I did actually used to work for BHP Billiton, and one of my managers did say to me, look, Myrtle, you're really, really good, but when we are looking for someone in a leadership position, it just doesn't look like you. And I actually thought he was very, very bold and honest to tell me that, because I might have thought that I needed to try harder. So that was very good. In reality, I then retorted that you obviously need some training. I'm not the only one here who obviously has got some development to do, but you can't actually say that. But I think. But that did land me in actually a very good place, because it did help me to anchor where was I? Was it that I wasn't trying hard enough? And I realised that obviously that wasn't the case. I still think it's important that people can respect you for what you're doing. But if I then reflected on what I did to move forward, it came back to, I think, how I felt about myself, in terms of I was still, well, if I'm going to get that next job, I've got to be really, really good. And that's what I focused on, getting to be able to do everything. And so I think my threshold of worthiness was obviously a different level, because I used to look at everyone else and say, I don't know why you got the job. And then I started to say, well, I don't really need to change, but I need to view myself and look at that gap and say, I think I'm ready. I'm not going to wait. And actually, once I started to do that I don't really need to know everything. I don't need to be confident in everything. It actually did make a breakthrough, because I actually did put myself forward. So this is a personal thing now for a lot. And recently I've moved actually out of capital projects now into a completely different role, doing planning. And, this is something I wouldn't have done before, but it's absolutely essential for gaining the breadth to go to the more senior level, because you do need to know how to plan for the company and how to you know, so that you can give that input. So I think for me, the most important thing is around being able to judge yourself relative to others, not be too harsh, because normally, if you're in that job, you're already quite good and actually capable, and you really need to be able to not to be too harsh on yourself and be very confident and accept that some things will go wrong. So I actually do accept that things will go wrong and there'll be failure. I tell my team that I'm not always right. Things will be there'll be some failures, 1 in 10. Sometimes we count them and we say, okay, Myrtle, you've had your failure now. You've got to get the next 9 things right. So I think you just have to give yourself some space to be good, really.
Mm-hmm. And Mark, what about you? So as a man in a female-dominated industry, do you have any advice to those who are currently underrepresented at the top as how they can break through?
It's interesting. It was interesting some of the comments that the questions people get asked in their career, and I've certainly been asked in my career how do I feel about being a man working in a women's environment, and I've been slightly jarred at that question and realised obviously we didn't get that
sorry,
question.
I called you Mark and not Michael. I'm
don't worry
very
about it. Having a familiar name.
You can answer as well, Mark. Please do.
And jarring at that and thinking, oh my goodness me, people obviously get asked that question quite a lot. And also occasionally being in a meeting when you realise you're the only man, and you know it doesn't bother me particularly, but you think, oh gosh, I'm the only man, and then realising that must be quite a common occurrence for different for women and indeed people from different ethnic backgrounds. So I guess all of that is, I would say, having watched it and having, you know, the things you can put in place, I think it's a comment you say, it's all about your own confidence and making sure there's support there. And also making sure that the metrics that you're measuring by are appropriate. You know, it's not always longest hours, it's not always how matey you are, it is sometimes the quality of your work, God forbid. It is sometimes, you know, the conscientiousness that's there, and that doesn't necessarily need to be measured in number of connections or time spent in the office. So I think it probably comes down to confidence. I think the challenge is confidence and culture does take an awful long time to change. I think it's obviously easier in some organisations and types of industry where that's moved further forward, but you are beginning to see that now across the board. I'm starting to think about how we change that. I think I talked about earlier with what we do about CSR. It's not just the work environment, it's the pre-work environment and the societal changes we need to make as well.
Does anyone else have anything to add on that one? Any advice for
I'm just really inspired by what Myrtle said. So I wasn't going to give any advice because I don't really think it's my place to give other people advice. But I would advise you find somebody like Myrtle and talk to her.
There is something very practical we do. We do a lot of mentoring, which is really good, and you know I'd mentor people, but we also make it very clear reverse mentoring is very important. So when I'm talking to people, particularly from the next generation in, often millennials, it's really important to hear their view of the world and realise how different it is to yours. That's very powerful, I think.
And it's interesting in terms of reverse mentoring because we tend to think of it as generational.
Yeah.
We've taken it to some of our senior execs, lining them up with females so they can actually lower in the organisation so they get the real grassroots view of life. I mean, I thought it was quite ironic again, and you can sit here and have a debate, I'm sure, for about another hour and a half at least on the American presidency. And what did that mean for what we're talking about today? And one of the things that really did resonate with me was Hillary Clinton's glass ceiling, and she wanted to break through the glass ceiling. And I think that was quite symbolic in relation to any female in an organisation not saying no, not taking no for an answer, and actually having the ambition to break through that ceiling. And it might be artificial, but there is probably a ceiling there. And how can you break through that ceiling? Yeah? And it's probably down to some simple advice, which is not taking no for an answer. And you talked about delivering on certain things. It's building that credibility. It's being able to demonstrate that you are better. And 99% of the cases, that is the case. Better than the people that you're competing for roles are that happen to be male. Yeah, that would be one of the things I would definitely say. And the only person that's likely to hold you back in that challenge is yourself. And it goes back to what Sir Philip said in relation to 3 males who think, oh, 3 out of 10, I'll give it a go. Yeah?
Stop saying that. The more we say it, the more it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I'm afraid we're running out of time, actually, but on the bits of advice we've just had there, I think it's a good place to stop for now. And thank you very much to all my panellists for that really lively and interesting discussion. I'd now like to welcome Nina here, who's going to provide a few comments to the discussion.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Nina Skrutska, and I have the privilege in 30 seconds to summarise all that wonderful, rich tapestry of discussions from our experts here. If I'm going to pick out maybe 5 or 6 thoughts, it is about understanding for leading companies, if they want to make a difference, to set targets. And we could go on to that debate about quota versus targets. The other element I picked up was women having ambition. Please have ambition. There's nothing wrong in having ambition in order to aim for a role and to go for it and not take no for an answer. And if that company doesn't give that opportunity to you or that department, move on. The fact that you can show that it's possible for women to lead and to see those companies, the ones who are stepping up and setting those targets. Obviously, they're target companies for you to go and work for because they're already saying, come on, talented women, we welcome you. We heard some great nuggets about networking, also about what does leadership look like, that debate. Does it look like Myrtle? Does it look like me? Or does it look like anybody else? It looks like a good leader, and we can paint that picture. And to summarise, really, because I can't pitch in for everybody all the wonderful things that they quoted, but from a wise perspective, all of those hints of what you've heard about what good companies are doing and what women should do are all encapsulated in our 10 steps. That's not a pitch, that's just a truism. If an organisation is living up to all of those different 10 steps that we've said, they will attract, retain, and promote women into those leadership positions. And if that organisation is doing it, then quite rightly, the only person who's stopping you from achieving it is yourself. And I've got Gillian now, who's got a few questions, even though we're running out of time, to ask of our panel. So please sit there. And thank you on behalf of myself.
So you've had some great questions and we can't ask them all. I have chosen 2 because they keep coming up. So the first one to the panel is, how do you stop tokenism when you are setting targets for women in STEM?
I think the key thing is actually, basically, I wouldn't agree with the quota, but I'd certainly agree with the target. And in the first instance, make sure you've got a shortlist that's representative. If your shortlist isn't representative to start off with, you're never going to get sort of like representation in terms of your selection. So having a quota for your shortlist, making sure you've got 50-50 on your shortlist, you're more likely to then be able to select sort of like a woman. And that's sort of not tokenism then. They've got that job on merit, but at least you've given them a chance.
And they've been on the shortlist. And the second question was, what can the magazines and indeed editorial do to support women in STEM?
Yeah, I mean, we do. Because we cover such a wide breadth of issues, everything from good housekeeping, which is obviously very lifestyle-oriented, Cosmopolitan, which deals with issues for contemporary women as they start out in their life. But we also do fashion and entertainment, and there's always a little bit of a debate we have, which is how much we lead and how much we reflect. We don't always, we sometimes get some criticism that perhaps reflect some of the mores, particularly within the fashion industry. But we do, on the whole, take a fairly ethical line to that. But also, I'd put it on a purely business proposition. It makes total sense for us to engage with the issues that matter to our readers, and therefore it makes perfect sense to cover them in an in-depth, innovative and interesting way. So that's what we try to do.
I would just say, I think the media have got a much bigger role to play in actually addressing the imbalance in society that exists. And I'm sorry, I heard what you said, but if you look at TV, and you look at what's on the programmes on TV, and my daughter, God bless her, is a sucker for it, all the rubbish that's on TV, it reinforces all the things that we're trying to challenge companies to do, and it starts with what people watch in their homes, I would say. Even, if you look at Coronation Street, who's the engineer, who's the mechanic? It's Kev, good old Kev. Who's in the calf? Yeah?
You'll be pleased to know traditional television viewing is declining quite rapidly.
I'm pleased to hear that.
Of magazine brands and digital.
And we do have a female technologist on the Archers now. Thank you for that. So shall we let you have a quick say, because targets has come up here quite a few times. So if you'd like to have a vote, then the next question that you could vote on is, do you think that targets should be mandatory in the UK? And this is around an article from the Financial Times last week that said women still struggle to join boards where targets are absent. So do we think that targets are a good idea for boards?
And executive committees, because boards don't really do very much.
Absolutely right. Oh, this is a really interesting system. It must be so reactive. How brilliant. Thank you for that. Thank you. So we do, in general, think targets would be a good idea. And the second one is TfL, Transport for London, have made some new appointments to their board at the end of the summer, and they've now got 50-50. How does that affect your views of TfL? How do you feel about them now?
I'm worried it will get worse.
Resounding vote of support. There's been a delay.
Well, there's a couple of people we need to talk to. And, but they do say when they made the target or indeed a quota in Norway about 40% women on boards, they said that afterwards the governance and the risk management got a lot better. So it could be that we should be more confident that they'll deliver a more safe and reliable service. So thank you for your votes, and thank you hugely to the panel for being here.
Right, don't leave, don't sneak off. No, obviously we understand you're all on a bit of a timescale today, but please do stay and listen to our last session if you can. So Amanda's just been mic'd up, just a slight shortage of the mics. We had to take one off a panellist to give to her, so we'll just do that, and I will just tell you a little bit about this final session. So the overall conference, the WISE conference today, has actually been brought to you in partnership with Network Rail. So I think that really underlines just exactly how important this issue is to Network Rail and how closely WISE have worked with them over a number of years. Again, they're one of our most engaged member organisations, and we're really proud to have them on board as our partners for the conference. So they've been closely involved with people like me. They were involved in our original research that was done for that. They were one of the earliest signatories to the 10 steps, and they encourage many of their women, both junior and senior, to be role models in our programs and to be influential within the campaign. So, you know, we really encourage others to sort of follow their initiative from that perspective. So Amanda's going to talk to you today about what it feels like being inside an organisation that's actually been trying quite hard at this for a while, and still have got a long way to go, I think she's going to tell you. And they've been working from the classroom right through to the boardroom. And Amanda joined Network Rail as a graduate engineer 20 years ago, so she's got some commentary to give you about what that experience has been like. And she started off as a graduate engineer, and she's risen to be their systems engineering expert now. So she's considered to be one of their leading experts, and a very significant and influential technical individual within the company. So Amanda, hopefully, will reappear any second from the miking room. Hooray! Do join me on stage, Amanda. Well, I've given you your introduction. You've no idea what I said about you. But I hand over the audience to you now. Thank you.
Hello. Now, I'm sorry we're running a little bit late, so thank you very much to all of you who've stayed. The things I'm going to cover, I've heard quite a lot throughout the day and throughout some of the panel discussions. So it gives me a little bit of comfort that I'm not mad in the things I'm about to say and the things that I think. Hopefully, it won't be dull as ditch water for you to hear some of the same themes. So, I guess you might know who I am, but I'll say it anyway. I'm Amanda Hall, and I'm Network Rail's engineering expert for systems. A slightly embarrassing job title, I'm afraid, but we get slightly odd ones from time to time. I joined British Rail as a graduate trainee about 23 years ago, and I've worked in various technical roles ever since. I'm also a single mother to a 7-year-old son. So today I'd like to share with you some of the things that Network Rail are doing in the realm of women in science and engineering. So who are we? Well, we're a company of about 35,000 people, and we own, manage and operate Great Britain's rail infrastructure network. This includes innovation, design, installation, operation, maintenance and renewal of things like track, signalling, telecoms, electrical supplies, bridges, tunnels and earthworks, and a few stations thrown in as well. And all the data and information systems which support these. So as you can see, it's quite broad and quite varied. As you can imagine, we've got a few business challenges. Compared with 10 years ago, we've 1 million more trains carrying 1 billion more passengers, all running on a network that was never designed for such numbers. And despite our recent levels of investment, much of the network is currently running at 100% capacity. Meanwhile, passenger expectations are higher than ever, and the government is under pressure to reduce our funding. So we need to deliver more for less money. All of this has to be achieved whilst maintaining our position as one of the safest railways in Europe. So we want higher performance, lower costs, and better safety. Not much, really. And we believe that having a more diverse and inclusive workforce is one of the things that we need to do to help us achieve this. As you've heard today, there's a proven correlation across multiple sectors and geographies between diversity and inclusion on one hand, and innovation and high performance on the other. And we could do with a bit of that. Our chief executive, Mark Kahn, spent much of his career in the oil and gas industry. And using his experience, and we heard a little bit from Myrtle about hers, in about the same time frame, he sees the correlation between diversity and inclusion and safety and performance. When women started becoming a much more visible presence on the oil and gas platforms in the North Sea about 20 years ago, the difference they brought was profound. The extreme macho and frankly unsafe culture that was a hallmark of the industry in the 1970s and 80s changed dramatically and forever. In fact, from a railway perspective, I remember being a British Rail graduate trainee 20-odd years ago, and whilst I met lots of lovely, welcoming, warm people who were very supportive, I also came across a few who were not so. I remember one occasion on a night shift on a construction site in the middle of nowhere when someone spat in my face and was swinging a crowbar at my legs. Not particularly pleasant individual. So that's hardly the sort of environment to foster better safety and performance. But I'm glad to say that we no longer have a culture where that sort of behaviour would be tolerated. So now a few statistics. We like a few stats, don't we? In the UK, about 45% of the working population are women. But women hold only about 12% of the labour market in science, engineering and technology sectors. And only 1 in 7 of those studying engineering are women. In Network Rail, the percentage of women has gone from 12% in 2006 to 16% today. So we are getting better, but not very quickly. However, in our engineering roles, the population of women is only 7%, compared with a UK-wide figure of 8.5%, 9%. So at the current rate of recruitment, and with our low staff turnover, it would take almost 65 years for 30% of our workforce to be female, which is seen as the tipping point in order to benefit from diversity of gender. But it's probably a little bit worse than that, because women leave our organisation at a faster rate than men. So we don't have a huge turnover of staff, but women leave at about 8%, compared with only 5% for men. So what are the factors that would attract girls to choose to study engineering in the first place, choose a particular company, and want to stay? Some of these things are to do with the job itself, how interesting it is, the pay, and the opportunity for career progression. Some of them are to do with life. Life happens. Many women will at some point have a child, and given the ageing population, many of us will, at some point in our careers, need to care for an ageing relative. I'll touch on some of the things that Network Rail is doing in these areas. So what are we doing to encourage and support women? Actually quite a lot, from engaging with girls in schools through to retaining the more mature mid-career ladies like me. Our chief exec has signed up to the WISE 10-point plan, and we're using it. When in May this year, we assessed ourselves against the plan using the rather nifty tool that we've got, we found that we're doing really well on understanding our failings and understanding our starting point. We've made it a business improvement project, so that's really good too. And we're good at sharing and learning from other people's good practice. We're doing okay on changing mindsets, educating our leaders, and being creative in job design. However, we need to do quite a lot better on flexible working, transparency of opportunity, retaining and developing women, and sponsoring female talent. And we'll continue to use the assessment tool to check our progress along the way. We've also committed to the Cabinet Office's Your Life initiative. And there are a few things here. One is to run the UK-wide Girls in IT, could it or IT be you, competition, and to raise awareness of the competition among 2,000 girls aged 16 to 18 in 2014, 3,000 girls in 2015, and 4,000 girls in 2016. We've also committed to encourage 30% more women to apply to our IT graduate and placement programme by 2018. Through engaging with women on computer science and IT degree courses and hosting lunches and presentations on university campuses. All students like a good meal, don't they? So we're also working with 5 secondary schools in the Milton Keynes community, which is where our main offices are based, reaching 500 14 to 18-year-old girls per year and 2,500 to 3,000 young people by 2018, and running work experience weeks and working through the outreach programmes and mentoring. We've also made a commitment to university technical colleges and are supporting the target of attracting 30% female students to join the first intake. And we're going to promote opportunities for female applicants from UTCs to secure careers in technology and engineering by providing appropriate role models and mentors at the point where they're making careers decisions. In terms of apprentices, then we're going to recruit 500 apprentices in the next 3 intakes and aim to significantly improve attraction rates of females to at least 12%. And we've heard today that of all the ways of attracting people into engineering and STEM subjects, that it's the apprenticeship schemes that are suffering the most. So together with WISE, a couple of years ago, and I think I saw her in the audience earlier, we jointly commissioned Professor Avril MacDonald, hi, to carry out the Not For People Like Me research. This has fed into the way that we attract girls in school to take STEM subjects and consider STEM careers. As part of an ongoing commitment to supporting the talent pipeline from school, Network Rail became the founding sponsor of the People Like Me WISE STEM Careers Resource Pack. We've also had a lot of success with the annual Could It or Could IT Be You competition. As women make up only 17% of the national IT workforce, and a survey of 16 to 24-year-old women in Britain revealed that 64% of women had not even considered a career in IT. Could It Be You challenges girls aged 16 to 18, so sort of A-level age, to answer a series of questions about their motivations around the IT industry so that they can compete for a £9,000 prize towards their first year's university tuition in any discipline. And the 5 runners-up receive paid work experience placements in our organisation. The competition aims to dispel myths around jobs in IT and to encourage girls to consider a career in the sector. The scheme has won various awards, including one for Network Rail as Advocate of the Year at the 2015 Women in IT Awards. Actually, we saw a huge increase in the number of girls changing their minds to considering a career in IT. So when the finalists were asked whether they would consider a career in IT after the finalist day, 87% said that they would. Let's have a think about early career. So from the Not For People Like Me research, Professor MacDonald provided targeted recommendations to remove unconscious bias in our advertising, recruitment and selection processes, and recommendations on how to enhance the appeal of Network Rail careers by invoking a sense of belonging in potential applicants. In addition, our in-house emerging talent resourcing team commissioned and conducted research specific to the graduate market to understand the perceptions of Network Rail as a graduate recruiter. We found that knowledge of the role of the company and the wider industry was limited, and expectations of careers in rail were low. There's a focus group quote, which was, "There's a sentiment that the organisation is about maintenance, not development or innovation. It feels limited and contained." So we needed to dispel that. So the objective of the first year of the work was to widen the appeal of Network Rail and the graduate scheme by challenging these misconceptions and dispelling the myths about careers that we offer and the people we employ. The messaging and imagery was overhauled to emphasise the range of careers available and the impact of the work we do and what it does to the wider economy and society. The headline was Network Unlimited, in order to convey the fact that you can personally shape your career given the range of disciplines and career paths, and the positive support from the company. As we compete for the attentions of talented undergraduate engineers, we focused on the value of the work we do and the benefits of society as a whole. In the second year of the campaign, then we developed the look and feel of it to include our current undergraduates and reflect our inclusive and supportive culture. We invested in photography, videos and people profiles to showcase our current graduate engineers. Traditional advertising was supplemented by local and national press articles focusing on the personal stories and careers of some of our more experienced and successful engineers. All of our people stories focused on the culture of Network Rail and included people's colleagues, the support they receive, and what they get up to outside work, things like volunteering. This advertising campaign was backed up by increased interaction on the ground. On campus, we built relationships with engineering departments and were able to run bespoke sessions in lectures with a focus on some of the soft skills like communication and interview techniques. So did it work? Well, over these 2 years, we increased the proportion of women across all graduate schemes from 24% to 29%. And for engineering, for us, have reached a high of 15% of female graduates. We can only dream of the figures that Bechtel went through earlier, but 15 we were skipping about. When compared to the UK engineering undergraduate market as a whole, we know that this is pretty good, as apparently 15.8% of engineering and technology undergraduates are female, and especially when you consider that not all of these students go on into engineering graduate schemes. However, we were also aware that our advertising can only take us so far, and that actually our selection process must also be open and inclusive. So we've tried a few things to reduce bias in the selection process: blind shortlisting, unconscious bias training for assessors, and the combination of scores from multiple exercises to remove any personal bias. These interventions worked, but as we have become more targeted in our messaging to specific demographics, we've had to take a more tailored approach to assessment to address things like cultural bias affecting specific groups. So, for example, the traditional psychrometric tests that many of us will have done at some point have now been replaced by a gamified ability test to reduce anxiety and cultural bias. The number of participants in the group exercise has been reduced from 8 to 4 in order to encourage participation from all candidates. Something that we were seeing was that often women would feel reticent to speak up if there were already a lot of often males talking. All of our selection tools have been adapted to be better predictors of success at Network Rail, rather than focusing on past experience. So time will tell how successful these changes have been. But we've learnt that in order to have a truly inclusive recruitment process, we must be aware of people's differences, rather than to be blind to them. But it's not just about graduate recruitment, though, is it? We want to retain the women that we already have in the business. This means creating the right environment for them to thrive by removing the barriers to progression. And some of these barriers that we've identified, and to some extent this is washing our dirty laundry in public, is the lack of female role models, unconscious bias, there being fewer opportunities for flexible working at a senior level, marginalisation of people due to part-time working, leadership training that is residential, lack of transparency for secondments, acting up, and project allocation, lack of transparency of succession planning, gender-biased perceptions of what makes a good leader, and we had a brilliant example from Myrtle earlier, that she didn't look like one, and a lack of access to network and sponsors. So perhaps some of you have come across a few of these and recognised them from your own industries. So what are we doing? Well, on unconscious bias, we're starting to tackle it. And so far, 4,000 of our leaders have been through our inclusive leadership programme, which includes learning on unconscious bias and how bias impacts on the assessment of our people's performance. It also includes tools for the better management of bias. What about flexible working? That's one of the areas that we're not doing too well on. Well, we have a policy on flexible working. And guess what? It's the law as well. So from the 30th of June 2014, all employees were able to request flexible working, regardless of the reason for the request. And previously, the requests to work flexibly were only made on grounds of childcare or other caring responsibilities. But our revised policy went beyond the requirements of the legislation, in that it was made available to all workers, regardless of their start date. So that was a couple of years ago. So earlier this year, we sponsored some research to look at the uptake and success of it. The study concluded that we need to focus more on promoting flexible working, identifying internal champions to promote working flexibly on a local basis, and provide guidelines to manage and support the employees who do. We should also ensure that our managers have adequate training and support to implement and monitor the policy. HR need to reflect on identifying skill shortages in jobs where different skills patterns could help fill gaps, consult with recruitment on flexible job search tools, and offer flexible options when recruiting. The research that we did included a survey of more than 2,000 of our staff. And here are some of the findings. Nearly 40% of the respondents were not aware of the extension to the right to request flexible working since its introduction 2 years ago. The awareness was actually a little bit higher in men than in women. Almost a fifth of the employees surveyed who were eligible to make a request had done so in the past 2 years, and the rate of refusal of those requests was actually very low. It was only 5.5%. The main grounds for requesting flexibility were childcare needs and spending time with family. And the leading reasons for not requesting flexibility were contentment with current working arrangements, that's a good thing, but also lack of awareness of the right to request. So 38% of the respondents had some suggestions on how we could do flexible working more effectively within Network Rail. And here are some of the ideas. Having clear policy guidelines, training, raising awareness, clear, consistent communications, management support, managing outputs, not hours, and that's a big one, tackling cultural barriers, and endorsement from senior executives. And these were considered critical for the successful implementation of a flexible working policy. They also recognised that having this policy aids recruitment and retention, and that there's a positive correlation between flexible working, recruitment and retention. So it seems that we have the right policy in place, and it even goes beyond the prevailing legislation. But we still have some way to go to embed it in our culture. There are some other things that we're doing. There's a thing that you will have noticed, and a theme, which you're holding up the stop card, and I'm sorry. I know we're running late, but I still have quite a way to go. Does it matter? Too much?
I think that people are going to have to go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right.
We'll be able to share your presentation. Just if you wrap it up now, is that all right? Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Well, you'll be able to read about our engineering capability framework, which is a fabulous thing. And Fiona in the audience will be disappointed that I didn't manage to go through it with you. And it's something that gives a clear roadmap and clarity to all engineers, whether they're male or female, as to the skills, capabilities and experience that they need to have in order to go for different roles and career progression within the organisation. And something key about it is that it shows explicitly which things you need to have before you go for a job and which things can be developed and learnt once you're in the job. So, I'll go straight to conclusions. Simply recruiting more women to Network Rail will not, on its own, improve safety and performance. It is part of the answer, but by adding inclusion to the mix, so that these women's voices and opinions are heard and expertise harnessed, we can realise the benefits to safety and performance. Most barriers to the recruitment and progression of women can be reduced by removing unconscious bias from the organisation. Things like our presenteeism culture, our heroic culture, and also some of the structural barriers like training courses, which are residential, and the lack of flexible working. Solving these doesn't just help women, it actually helps everyone. By supporting women into leadership, we ensure that their diversity adds value at a leadership level and will also then provide role models for other women. So for my part, I've had an interesting and rewarding career in the rail industry, and I love the fact that we contribute to society and the country's economy. I've seen attitudes change, thankfully, over the past 20, 10, even 5 years. And nowadays, I feel much less awkward mentioning that I have childcare responsibilities when colleagues are arranging times and locations for meetings. And I know that it's completely fine and that I shouldn't feel awkward at all. We've had some successes, probably the major of which are to be honest about our challenges, to know how much further we need to go, and to put strategies in place to get there. We know it won't be quick. We have 35,000 people, low staff turnover rates, and a complex organisational structure. But we are determined to get there. And we have to, if we're going to be an innovative, high-performing organisation. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Amanda. to Amanda Hall. If we had an iPlayer that you could tick off all the things she said that she'd done, then you'd have a plan. But you stuck with the wise 10 steps because that's just as good a plan. Last couple of votes, if you'd like to. Have we got any votes up there? Okay, so the best way to attract and keep the most talented people is to have a systematic approach from classroom to boardroom. What do we think? Hurrah! Fantastic. And our very last question, I think, Helen, and then we'll let you wrap up. So a final question to tell us the value... Oh, there was somebody else we need to talk to. The final question is, tell us the value of this event. Please select all that apply. Oh, come on, let's get there. Oh, dear. Is that you, Helen, on the shopping? No. Thank you all. Thank you all for taking part in this. This has been really positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry we're running slightly over. All I'm going to do is wrap it up. And I'm just going to give you one final quote. This is from Baden-Powell. And I'm giving you this quote because I'm reading a book, fabulous book, about how Girl Guides won the war. So if you're interested, do have a look at that. And one of the things it says, it quotes Baden-Powell talking to 8,000 guides in 1919. And he said, he's talking about their role in peace and reconciliation. But what he said is, the question isn't can we do it, can you do it? The question is, will you do it? And I think listening today to the examples we've heard, the question isn't can we improve gender balance in science, technology and engineering? The question is, will you? Or will we? Because we'll work with you to do that. The question isn't for women, can we break through the glass ceiling? The question is, will we? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So that's my thought to leave you to take away with. And as you go, I just want to thank the staff at the IET here who've done all the AV, I should say, really smoothly. It's been really, it's a fabulous venue, looked after us really well. So thank you very much for that. And equally, I must thank members of the WISE team, a few of whom, the stalwarts, are still here, who've done really, really well. I have just had to walk in here. I made a mistake at the beginning. I missed something that Shagufta told me about, but it's carried on without a hitch. We've just run with it. So thank you very much indeed to all the hard-working members, extremely hard-working members of the WISE team. I also have to thank Network Rail for partnering with us to make this event happen today, and indeed to all the sponsors of the different sessions, those who did the lightning talks, those of you who had stands in the exhibition area, all of which created the rich content and the rich networking opportunities that we've had today. And the speakers, of course, as well, some of whom came from the sponsor organisations, some of whom from elsewhere. There's some great material we've got on I know lots of you posted questions through the app. We didn't have time to go through all of them, but we have captured them, and we'll be able to use that and share that with you through WISE. And I would say that if you're not a member of WISE, then please do sign up as an individual, which is free. Get your organisation signed up, be part of our community, because together we will make a difference. And thank you all for coming. I look forward to seeing those of you who are joining us for the WISE Awards this evening, and look forward to the rest of you working with you in the months and years ahead. Thank you very much indeed.